She always made it that would be, yeah. But, yes, rather than sending it to card. Some my father's connection. We always had that. Great computer. And then we always open one present on Christmas. But this year we're not doing so much on gifts. In fact, I already bought myself a new, I told Grace a couple months ago that. Oh, listening for you. It's good. Ready to go? Okay, folks, it's coming up on 7:02. We're ready to go. We're live streaming. I want to call the meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Village of Sherwood Hills Board of Trustees. Tonight is Tuesday, December 16th. It is 7:02 p.m. Chrissy, can you do the roll call?
John Hines.
Present.
Bill Barford. Here. Dietmar Bassoner.
Present.
Bob Folk.
Present.
Mark Letter.
Here.
Shawna Mosley.
Here.
Kate Olsvik. Here.
Okay, item 3, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion? Dietmar.
Yeah, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda, but taking some items off. The two items that I'd like to take off are items 7D, Roman numeral 5, and 8B. Can you tell us what those are? Absolutely. So 7D, Roman numeral 5 is discussion and possible action, Board of Trustees agenda template, and simply like to table that for the next meeting. And then under appointments, which is agenda item 8B, is discussion and possible action, appointment of Rob Stanky to the Public Works.
Shawna?
I would like to add to take off item D4, which is the board memo template, discussion and possible action board memo template, and anything else that could be pushed to another meeting. The certified survey map guide, we could do it another night as well.
Can I ask a question, or is that, would be more why we're not voting on Rob tonight? Why you would not want to do that?
I guess I don't know if now is a forum to discuss this.
Well,
We've never been there.
we have a motion, and then there's
Second,
so you're seconding Dietmar's motion?
and adding to it a friendly amendment, if you would allow it.
Okay.
I have one more thing with the agenda.
All right, so we have a first and a second,
To be discussed.
amended by Shabnam. So do we want to open it up for additional amendments, or go to a discussion and then address your issue, Kate? Is that all right? Okay, so there's a motion on the table. Does everyone understand the motion? As I understand it, it's to remove items, 7D5, 7D4, potentially the CSM, which would be 7D3. Am I right so far?
Yes.
And then 8B regarding appointment of Rob Stanky, and that's the motion. And Bob, you had a question. I'll recognize you.
Thank you. Well, I'm just curious. I suspect it's because there's some other appointments that haven't been resolved yet. And to my knowledge, Public Works, there's nobody else that is interested in the position. I would like to get Rob or somebody on as soon as possible. So that's the only, I think it's going to be a very short item. So I would like him, assuming, and I think this is correct, he's the only person that's applied, that we get him on board as soon as possible.
Yeah, so my motivation for taking that off is twofold. One is to shorten the agenda, and B, also honor Kate's agenda item that is, I can find it here real quick, which has to do with the general discussion of committee appointments going forward. Well, I think
I can understand that for a contest where there's more than one person, but in this situation, there isn't.
noted.
Yeah, I would like to have the conversation as a board before we appoint anyone. Even,
Well, then we're another month delayed.
that's right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, and I'll just add that Bob reached out to me on this appointment previously, and I wanted to honor that. So, Shabnam, did you have your hand up?
Well, my reason was that there's nothing else in the packet regarding Rob, and so that was my reason. Besides the name, I had nothing else.
Well, he has served before. He has served as a trustee. He's as knowledgeable on public works, I think, as anyone in the village, but that's my comment. Mark,
Why don't we move the issue of Rob's appointment after the discussion of the appointment? So in other words, move the Rob's appointment. Actually, it's already behind it. Never mind.
Yeah.
Never mind.
it's actually after it.
Already. Okay.
Ask a quick question. Who was interested in moving 7D3? I didn't catch.
Me.
Shabnam.
Okay.
So, Mark, did you want to?
No, I appreciate now that Rob's appointment is actually after the discussion on the appointment of election officials, which from my perspective is where it belongs, and I don't see why we should remove it from the agenda if it's following the discussion anyway. We can take it up or we cannot take it up, but we've already had the discussion.
let's put it to a vote. I mean, this over here.
And I have one other thing I'd like to adjust on the agenda before we approve it.
So we'll do that as a separate motion? Separate deal? That's-
Sure,
Is
should I
that,
make a
is that the
motion then?
consensus? I think we're gonna vote on this first.
But then I don't want to approve the agenda as it is. So I have
It
another
needs
edit.
to be amended right now, so you
Okay.
should put forth your comments.
Okay, so I would like to request that the board consider moving agenda item 9, the closed session, to our January meeting. It has come to my attention.
Folks, we're in business now. Thank you.
It's come to my attention that there is an additional statement that was received Monday, I believe, to our police chief. That was not included in our confidential meeting materials packet. And I do think that that has very relevant information to this conversation. And in the interest of good governance and transparency, I think this board needs to have all relevant materials to have that discussion. So I think we should move that to our January meeting. So my motion is to remove agenda item 9 and put it on the January agenda.
So is that an acceptable addition to your motion, Dietmar?
I don't think so. So now we have to walk through the process
Can I-
of. how we-
I
how
don't know
we
what
run
I'm voting
things.
for or against. It's
One
one or the other.
Thanks, Bob. Shabnam?
There's other ways to address what Kate is trying to address. And an alternative is to not have the discussion enclosed. It doesn't have to be enclosed. I am the individual who, according to the rules we can look up, gives authorization for this to be an open session. And so I would like to amend it to have it in open session and allow the individual to make a statement.
So is that a friendly amendment to your motion, Dietmar?
If it is legally possible, and I'm not the expert, I don't know who is, I'm gonna have to look to our village attorney, Bill Cole. Is it possible to have an item that is listed to be in closed session to move that entirely to open session?
You can, it's on the agenda for closed session. When you get to that topic, you would just not move to go into closed session. And you would just handle it as an open session item. Or you can clearly do that, that's within your prerogative. I would just point out to the board that the allegations that, if true, and admittedly they're disputed, have the possibility to expose the village to some issues. And I can certainly talk about those in open session. That's the board's decision. I would recommend not doing that, but that would be the reason from my standpoint, you should do it in closed session. You can certainly do it partially. You can go into closed session. You can hear what I have to say, and you come back into open session and do everything else in open session if that's what you want. But that, to answer your question, the decision will be made when you get to that action item. Just, either vote to stay in open session or vote to go into closed session. And I'm done talking, then you can certainly come back into open session.
There, so I guess I made the motion, it's been seconded, here's where we are. I'd like to tackle this when we get to agenda item 9, and then have the board, because we have to vote to go into the closed session when we get there. And then we can discuss that matter at that point in time.
Could you read your motion again then, so it's clear what we're
Yeah,
voting
so
on?
my motion is to approve the agenda, but removing, and I'm gonna include Shabnam's items in here. Okay, removing items 7D3, 7D4, 7D5, and 8B from the agenda.
So how,
Okay.
how are we able to include, a very important statement that was not included in our closed materials packets? That, how are we seeking to address that?
You can ask the person to come into closed session with you.
All right, so we have,
I'll second.
okay, Carol. Further discussion on the motion? Ready to vote on the motion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Or opposed? Okay, that motion carries. All right, we have a smaller agenda. Statement of public notice, item 4, just want to confirm that the meeting was properly noticed. Chrissy and Brian, thanks so much for that. Procedures orientation, just want to remind folks that the meeting is also being broadcast on Facebook. But any comments there or any questions there won't be considered contemporaneously by the board. Recommend that emails, messages be sent to Village Administrator Brian Mooney. Item 6, public comments. This is an opportunity for community members to speak to the board. No discussion or action may take place at this time, but trustees may ask clarifying questions only. Speakers may be limited to 3 minutes. For purposes of the public comment tonight, I'd like to limit it to 4 minutes. And I'll, as the process that we've used over the last several meetings, raise my hand at at 3 minutes, 30 seconds, which is a signal to finish up. And of course, the public can also submit any written public comments and send those to Brian as well. Do we have any public comments this evening? I saw Marilyn's hand first, and then we'll see Kurt.
I want to begin by extending my appreciation to trustee Shabnam Lavdi for her continuing to represent the interest of our community. She has fought against tremendous odds for transparency, and I, as a resident, am so offended to see a sudden closed session meeting that we all know involves her. This will not be the end of it. If you all vote to go into closed session, I ask for 4 votes to oppose it. As an attorney myself and as a trustee for 12 years, I don't know how many times I've heard our council talk about watch out for liability. Well, I'm suggesting that for a change, we ought to praise the one trustee who has stood up for the people of this community. And you need to follow the election returns. She has gotten the most votes repeatedly. She got in the 800s several years ago. The most recent election, she got in the 700s. She far surpassed everyone else. Residents value her service, her willingness to particularly to speak up. No place has her service been more valued in my observation than her willingness to challenge transparency in government and to challenge staff. Staff work for us, and I have been horrified as a resident of this village for over 35 years to see the disrespect that staff has shown to elected representatives and residents of this village. One night I'm sitting there and we have a resident talking to the president in a loud voice, and the staff member yells at the resident, sit down. And I said, you are staff. What kind of signal is being sent to staff that they think they can challenge elected officials? That's another issue. I have been trying to get public records for months, June, July, August. We had 3 closed sessions. In September, I had another request for 9 public records. No answer. I was told in a couple of weeks, you pay $200 and we'll get them. I played that game before. I said, fine, I'll pay it. Heard nothing until Shabnam is speaking up in favor of transparency and trying to find open records and challenging staff. And suddenly I get an email at 5 o'clock last night saying, oh, your September request, well, and you'll pay for it? Okay, we'll get an IT person to look up those emails. Shabnam, thank you so much for shaking this fine. The other thing is we have had secret anonymous employees on the public website time after time saying, vote for the Logic building. We were told by you, John, that that employee had been disciplined in an open records request. I asked for those disciplinary records. There is no secret when staff engages in a public comment. Now we don't know. I received a response and I was told by staff person that there is no current record. What does that mean? Does it mean that records were destroyed that were disciplinary?
Marilyn, I have
And
to ask you to
instead-
finish up.
And instead, we're going after an elected official. I am so furious. This has to be in public session. Folks are tired of you hiding in closed session, June, July, and August. And this will not be the end of it if you vote for closed session. I promise you that.
Thank you, Marilyn. Kurt, you're up.
Thank you. Now's the time. My name is Kurt Hansen. We've all talked before, and I'm talking about the same issue, which is the development of the lots on Sweetbriar Road. First, I want to give my strong support that you vote tonight to finalize the 25-foot setback in the front yards throughout the village. I think that's important. Secondly, I filed with Ryan tonight with a copy to Dietmar and Bill, our appeal against the approval of the building permit for 1202 Sweetbriar Road. All right. So they have copies of that. So that'll come down the pipe whenever. Third, I sent you all emails that I proposed 2 ordinance changes. This is to bring our zoning board of appeals into alignment with state recommendations. One of them is that there will only be required for 3 votes for the ZBA to make a decision. So the state recommends a majority. Our quorum is that you have either 4 or 5 people there. So 3 out of 4 or 3 out of 5 is a majority. The state recommends it, but does not mandate it. The second thing is delete the expense reimbursement. You guys were so kind when you waived that for us the last time we were in front of the ZBA. The state recommends that there be an application fee. They say nothing about expense reimbursement. I don't know that our ordinance would actually hold up in court if it got challenged. So I think both of those are good changes, and I've tried to write them in a very clear manner for you to look at. Finally, so I was going through our ordinances, trying to figure out why it takes 3 readings when chapter 10 in the ordinances say it gets approved with 1 after going through the village plan commission. And other than doing that, I came across something in chapter 15 that I want to share with you about permits and revocation. So I'm going to ask you to consider at your January meeting, whose agenda already seems pretty full, that you revoke the building permit for 1202 based on what our ordinance says. It says that the village board, I'm going to leave out some words here, may revoke any building permit when any false statement or misrepresentation has been made in the application for a certified lot. Now, I'm sure none of you forget you had a closed meeting back in August about trying to rescind the CSM when you requested to do that. At that time, you were presented with information where we felt there were false statements and misrepresentations made. At that time, I think with Bill's advice, you decided that you could not rescind the CSM. Okay, I can accept that. We lost that round. But guess what? Your ordinance says you can revoke a building permit if there are false statements or misrepresentations made in the design of those lots. All right. So once this gets approved by the zoning administrator, this board at your January meeting can revoke the building permit based on all this prior information you were given. And so I'm asking you to do that. All right. I've quoted from the documents that were created by John Clancy and his daughter Olivia, outlining the 2. I put one of them in here. The 1 false statement we believe he made in the Land Commission. If he had not made that false statement, none of this would have happened because there would have been a public hearing. But because he made this false statement by omission, so it wasn't an act, it was by omission, none of you wouldn't be wasting all our time on this. The other is when he misrepresented the 3rd floor of the building. Okay, so I will send you an electronic copy of that. Too lengthy of document to bring here. So you got to put that on your agenda for January. I'm going to ask you to do that, and I'll try to give you dozens of letters from people supporting it. I want to thank you all for your service to the village. I do truly appreciate it, and I want to wish you all a happy holiday.
Thanks so much. Same to you, Kurt. All right, additional public comments this evening. Yeah.
David DeVito, University of Bay Drive. I apologize, I'm going to read some of these comments so I can stay on track and stay within our time. I want to say I object strongly to going into closed session. The meeting notice is vague and does not sufficiently identify the subject matter or justify the statutory exemption relied upon. The personnel and disciplinary exemptions do not apply to an elected trustee. There is no known criminal investigation or pending enforcement action. The board has not articulated how discussion in an open session would likely cause a substantial adverse effect on anyone's reputation as required by law. Wisconsin's open meeting law requires openness, and the proposed closed session is not justified. I'd like the minutes to reflect both my objection I'd like them to reflect the opinion that the notice was vague, to say the very least. That the exemption is disputed and that the trustee is an elected official, not a village employee. Moving on to open records. I'm going to read something on this too, because I need to be efficient. I'm addressing my comments tonight primarily to President Imes because under Wisconsin law, the tone and direction of open government begin at the top. Wisconsin statute 1931 declares that access to public records is a fundamental policy of the state, and that any restriction on access is contrary to public interest unless expressly provided by law. That presumption of openness is not optional. It is not something a municipality can dilute through vague practices or informal decision-making. Yet in Shorewood Hills, there is no clearly adopted publicly accessible open records policy. Residents and staff do not know because the village has not said who the legal custodian is, what timelines apply, or what legal standards are being used to deny or delay access to records. Under 1935, records must be released as soon as practical and without delay. Under 1936, records may be withheld or redacted only when a specific statute applies. And under 1937, improper denial or delay exposes the village, not staff, not residents, the village, to damages and attorney's fees. When a village operates without a clear process, it creates exactly the conditions open records laws was designed to prevent: inconsistency, pressure on staff, and the appearance that access to public records is being managed rather than honored. President Imes, this is a governance issue. It is your responsibility to lead on it. Open records compliance cannot depend on who is asking, what the request involves, or whether the response is inconvenient. I'm asking you and this board to put it on a future agenda, adopt a formal open records policy, clearly designate the legal custodian, require training, publicly affirm a presumption of openness consistent with Wisconsin law. Transparency is not a courtesy extended to the village. It is a legal obligation owed to the public. Shorewood Hills can do better, and it must. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any additional public comment this evening? Gloria.
I'm not normally nervous when I speak in front of y'all because I know you. I've known y'all for years. And I've known a lot of you all for years, but today I'm nervous. I wanted to start out with my 4 minutes to remind the board that last month, Chrissy was asked to cut the mic on me because I was on Zoom calling in from Michigan. And Dietmar directed Chrissy to cut the mic, and I've since talked to Chrissy and said, hey, there's no hard feelings. You were just doing as you were told. But I did follow your suggestion, Dietmar, to write an email to the board to extend my public comments to flesh those out. And actually, I was so sort of embarrassed that I got cut off that I wrote more than I had actually intended to speak about. The only thing I really had intended to speak about regarding the agenda template was maybe limited to 3 minutes versus will be limited to 4 minutes. I objected to that because I think that when you make that into the template, you codify this and you tie the wrists of whoever is chairing future meetings. And that was the only intention I had to finish those comments. As some of you know, the comments that I wrote in were much more extensive about the agenda. I received one comment from this board. Shabnam, a few days after I sent it, said she'd read it and thanked me for my comments. After the finance meeting on the 24th, I asked Mark if he had read my email, and he had not had a chance to do that. I hope you have read it at this point, but I don't think anyone has. So if you're going to limit people to time, and I understand that that is the intention is to restore order, then you do have, I think, an obligation. If we're limited to facing with you for 4 minutes every month, unless we're going to call you when you're making lasagna, right, Mark? Then you do have a responsibility to actually read the comments and to respond. To that point, I wrote a pool analysis. Some of you folks got it. I don't think I sent it to you, David. I should have, because you're finance. You would have liked it. And so the pool, I did an analysis on pool memberships. with a base cost at 2018, starting in 2018, extending through the recommendation before the board tonight to 2026. And using that base cost, I don't know if any of you read it. I know that John said that he read it, Brian saying yes. Mark, I don't know if you read it or not, but
I responded. You just haven't seen it, I guess, yeah.
I guess not, because before I came, like at 6:30, I was on my email and I hadn't gotten it, so it's okay. I'm limited to 4 minutes, Mark. The thing is that we started at 75 cents on the dollar. And there are statutory reasons for that. The village residents do carry more of a burden for having the pool than non-residents. And we're now at 83 cents per every dollar of a non-resident. And those 3 points are that next year, the board has approved a 2026 debt levy for the benefit of the pool that will be entirely paid for by village residents. So village residents are not getting a 17 cents discount. Non-residents are being asked to pay their fair share. So I also wanted to speak to tonight's closed session because I'm the person, and this is why I'm nervous. I'm the person who made a statement, and why I'm nervous is because I understood yesterday that my name is all over this closed session, and I haven't seen this report, and nobody has seen my statement, and my name is all over this. And I asked Chief Whitesell yesterday if I'm in trouble. Did I do something wrong? And you guys are just, you're my neighbors, and I like to think of you as my friends. And I am direct. God damn it, this is awful. That's the milieu, the climate here. It's just awful. It's just awful.
Thank you, Gloria. Is there additional public comment? Mary?
Is this the right spot?
Sure.
Okay. All right. All right, my name is Mary Wyman, 1223 Dartmouth Road. I want to make a few comments about the awful climate. You've already heard tonight from citizens talking about problems with open records requests. That's not just about climate, that is about the law. You've already heard concerns about the closed session happening tonight. You've heard concerns over email, if you've read them, about conflict of interest and the fact there is no meaningful policy for trustees, for committee members, for staff to figure out how to deal with actual or potential conflicts of interest. There has been overall a normalizing in this village of the withholding of information and cutting out citizens from participation in this democracy. That may not be your intention, but that is what has been happening. I came before you months ago and I said exactly the same thing, and I'm not the only person. I know that you've been hearing the same message from citizens for months. Your actions are not making anything better. Okay? I want to talk a little bit about the closed session tonight. And first, I want to echo the comments from Marilyn. I could have written exactly what Marilyn read. Those were exactly my thoughts in terms of praising Trustee Lotfy. This is my experience as a citizen. We are not friends. We've never socialized. When I watch you all, she stands out to me as someone who is representing me as a voter, as a constituent, as a resident here. She stands out to me as someone who is clearly committed to integrity, diligence, hard work, and a commitment to the facts. I know all of you are working
very hard. Well, I hope that you are, I trust that you are. But I'll just give you some feedback. She stands out among the trustees. I trust her. And I don't believe that she's a liar. I was not at Village Hall on November 25th. I can't say anything about what happened or didn't happen then. However, this smacks of taking a spotlight away from the mess that is already happening in governance here in the village, away from the effort in very recent times that all of you participated in to ask Mr. Imes to resign. All of you asked him publicly and very clearly to resign. Nothing happened. He chose not to resign. As a citizen, I can't help but wonder if you're trying to have some power by now taking that spotlight away from that impotence and turning it to a situation and a trustee. This person has already said she is willing to do an open session. So I want to urge you to vote against closed session, because that will further, it will be one more of 1,000 nails in the coffin of trust in this village government. And as other people have said, it won't be over. It will be a mistake though. So I urge you to please respect Trustee Lotfie's request and do it in open session. And I also wanted to comment, the village attorney said this may expose the village to problems. Boy, is that scary to hear that from a lawyer. I want to tell you all, as a voter, as a resident, you already have problems. It's not theoretical. You already have problems. And please step up and do something about those and listen to the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Kate, did you have a comment?
I do. I was moving to my seat.
Yeah, what?
Since I'm up.
Yeah, why don't you do it and then we'll do Johnny? Is that all right? Okay.
I am Kate Crowley, Viburnum Drive. So short history before I get to my point. On September 4th was the Logic Town Hall meeting that you all had here. And I missed it, but I've rewatched it recently, just this past weekend. And in that, John, you said that you had just gotten the revenue numbers for Logic, the operations of Logic in 2022, and that it cash flowed. It did pretty well. It was pretty successful, which got people thinking, oh, how do you know that? Where'd that come from? So there were a lot of questions, a lot of requests for information. John, how do you know their tax returns and their profit and loss statements and open records requests? Marilyn put in her records request September 2nd, I think September 4th. And so we're all waiting for this information. And I don't know how to put it any other way than the runaround. We got the runaround. I have it. I don't have it. Staff has it. Oh, it doesn't matter. It's not relevant. I have it, but I can't share it. And that went on until November 24th. We were here at the meeting where all 6 trustees publicly asked you to resign. And in that meeting, you confirmed that staff had the profit and loss statement. And we thought, yes, we know where to get this. So I sent you an email the next morning asking for it. Trustee Lotfie went into staff to ask for it because you said they had it. And lo and behold, the next day, you sent it to me. Thank you. It took nearly 3 months, but we got it. And I don't believe that would have happened, but for Trustee Lotfie going to staff to ask for it. And maybe that meeting didn't go ideally, but it's what it took to get this information. I've since shared that information with all the trustees, and I showed you that on September 2nd, John Imes had his profit and loss statement. And on September 2nd, he knew that it was losing $80,000 a month for the time period shown. And that 2 days later, he made these statements at a town hall meeting about the profitability of it. Many of you most of you have thanked me for the work that I did in the last week. You thanked me for this work. You need to also be thanking Shabnam, because I could not have had that, but for her. Cannot overlook that. I was never going to get this information. The public was never going to get this. And it is critical. The vote's behind us, but it's critical that we all know what we're dealing with here. And we all know the bumpers that we need to put around our communications, our open records, Dropbox files, Gmails, personal email addresses, in order to maintain transparency. And I want you to remember that, whether you go into closed session today or not. And also, whether you go into closed session today or not, I would like to know, and I really might just need an education on this. What is the authority of our police chief to be investigating a trustee? The email from our chief said that she was directed. I would like to know who directed our police chief to ask for this statement from Shabnam, and what is the authority that a police chief has to do that? Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. John, you're up.
John Fagley, 1004 Yale Road. My family's been in Wisconsin since 1801. We go back a long ways here. My grandpa told me never to put the cart before the horse, because he came from a time when we didn't have cars. What that really means is you unpackage it. That if you put the horse in the wrong place, the cart doesn't go anywhere, and it often goes backwards. Why is that relevant to what we're doing here? The reason it's relevant is because the village has often put the cart before the horse. We did Renew the Blue. John, you went and joined Renew the Blue. You got somebody to cut a check at the village. Then you came to the board and you said, if I got this right, you said, why don't you join what I already joined? The logic, we had secret meeting after secret meeting. The residents didn't know what was going on, and suddenly it blows up in our face. And what did that end up being? It ended up being chaos and wasted time and wasting money. Now we have $5 million. And the question is, we don't want to run around like chickens with our heads cut off. We have to find a place to use that money wisely. And the problem is that if we just want to do something for the sake of doing it, if we just want to throw it here or throw it there, we're not prepared to spend that $5 million except in one place. That one place is the streets. We know we have to do it. There's no way to avoid it. So let's take that $5 million, put it in the streets, get that done, and then we can talk about, do we want to renovate? Do we want to build? What do we want to do? And my last point is we really have to stop running in circles. This having a closed session because Shabnam slapped the table certainly appears to the residents is a no there there. It's just a waste, a colossal waste of time. We've been here, done that. And I can't say it as articulately as Mary Wyman did, but it sure seems to the residents that what you're doing is shaking a shiny object. And now instead of you being under the gun, you're putting someone else under the gun for something that really doesn't appear to have much substance. So let's start focusing on what we need to do. Let's start focusing on what works and where to put our money, where to put our time. Let's stop running around in circles, because we've been doing a lot of circles, and it's really tiring for the residents. It's tiring for you on the board. It's difficult. So let's focus on what we need to do and not be chasing little shiny objects every time one crops up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny.
I have a question. I don't know why we're seeing the board displayed instead of the residents who are on Zoom attending.
Good question, Mary. Chrissy, any thoughts on that?
Well, Folks on Zoom don't have their cameras on.
Well, I was just home. I got here because I couldn't turn it on, and I was told on my screen that it's actually the facilitator who needs to turn on the cameras of the residents. So it might be a technical issue, but it's not on our end. And everyone, now it's on.
That was actually my experience last month too.
Right, in general, we don't have the cameras on unless they're speaking during the time that they're speaking during public comment.
But Chrissy, you're still able to see if they raise their hand, if they want to speak.
Right, correct.
Okay. Okay, all right. Thanks for pointing that out. All right, are there additional public comments?
Well, I have one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I couldn't get it in.
Yeah, no, thanks for coming down.
Where's the microphone? Yeah, well,
Step up. Yeah, just watch the cord.
yeah. I just want to correct something.
Could you just identify who you are again?
Ulrich Rosenhagen.
Ulrich.
Also say Dr. Ulrich Rosenhagen. If that's-
Yeah, well,
I don't know if that gives me a little extra gravitas. 2905 Columbia Road. I heard something, I have something I want to say, but listening to the board over the first 20 minutes or so, I want to correct something about public works. I sent in an application October 9th. And I applied for the Public Works Committee. Mr. Stenke might be perfectly fine, but I want to make a point about this. Something is wrong if residents apply, and I mean, I spent hours writing a long application because it was so important to me. I wanted to point out why I thought I'm a good person for that committee. I applied for 3 committees and I said I can do 2. I don't want to do 3. But Public Works was the one I in particular said I'm interested in because my dad was a civil engineer and I know why this is important and how it works.
I'd just like to say I was not aware that you had applied. So
I sent you the application.
well, but I never saw the application.
Well, I send it to your Shorewood Hills, your address as a trustee. I said October 9th, I can pull it up. I send it to everyone. John was the one who said, thank you for the application. And that's it. So it's not about, fine, maybe you didn't read it, but that's the point. Residents want to get involved. I'm a perfect example for this, and the board doesn't respond. There is something wrong in the state of Denmark.
My understanding is that applications are made to the village hall, not to individual trustees.
I copied everyone, each and every trustee was on this email with my application. You received on October 9th my application for the Public Works Committee. Yeah.
I somehow missed it.
okay, we're gonna have to.
But if you got my bigger point here.
Yeah.
And then about closed session or not, since I realized my email from October 9th wasn't read, I also wrote an email 2 days ago to everyone about the closed session. And since it wasn't read, I need to pull it up and read it to make sure that you actually got this. And I think I speak for a lot. I wasn't sure about the case, but I wrote, dear trustees, after reviewing the agenda for tomorrow night's board meeting, I was surprised to see an announcement of a closed session under item 9. I would like to kindly remind the board that the last closed session had a very damaging effect. Given the repeated calls for greater transparency in board governance, a move to go into closed session is a risky one. Whatever the issue may be, I was listening, so now I know more. I strongly believe it should not be handled in a closed session. At a time when we are likely facing a village referendum, the potential recall of President John Imes, and an upcoming spring election for 3 board seats, any closed session risks further eroding the trust that is so urgently needed to repair relations between residents and elected trustees. As a resident deeply concerned about the future of our village, And I am concerned, and I'm getting increasingly frustrated. Actually, really, I didn't want to be here. I just got back from Germany. I'm probably overtired still. Yeah. As a resident deeply concerned about the future of our village, I respectfully urge you not to go into closed session on Tuesday. And we already talked about legal issues here, and legal issues don't stand in the way, as far as I understood from listening in. So I wanted to make sure that this actually comes across, and this is not another email no one reads. I mean, usually emails get read, but this is too important to let pass.
Ulrich, thank you. Thanks for making the trek down. Appreciate it. All right, are there other public comments? Pam?
Okay, I'm gonna try standing, but I'm probably gonna sit. But just so that you can see me back home here, I really am. Now, okay. Last year, when we had an election and Rocky lost by 12 points, I made the point that, John, you needed to make some substantial changes in how we do our governance in this village because too much power sits in your hands. And as an example of that, I looked at this Blue Review thing that we just joined, which of course I'm in favor of, but I am not in favor of you representing us on Blue Review. I do not understand why that did not go through our green team or any one of our committees that has access or has use to any of the water resources that we have. I also know that we've joined other organizations. Are you our representative on those? I would point out that we have an underwater archaeologist in this city, in this village. Wouldn't that be a better choice than you? And then I find out that the second person is poor Brian. Now, Brian, you just voluntold him to take a word from Gloria. Voluntold him to be the second person. He is not your fetch and carry man, okay? He is, you do not have the power to have him do things like that for you. I don't want to be paying for him to go to those meetings that are required. I don't want to have to pay for his travel to those meetings. He is our village employee. I want to see people once again involved in your decision making. And this is just another of a whole host of things that you have continued to make decisions on. It is your continual cheerleading of that logic building that I think prompted the staff person to feel like the only recourse they had to what they were hearing from the public was to actually put more responses into that survey tool. I think that that's partially your fault. Actually, I'm going to say it's all your fault. Your leadership has been abysmal. And I have asked you to resign a long time ago. I'm asking you again to resign tonight. Please, please just get out of the way. I don't care if all the things that people suppose you did are not true. The reality of it is, as you can tell, this community is not behind you.
Thank you, Sam. And we got the board got your written email
Yeah,
today
and,
as well.
and there's a correction in there. I didn't mean to say open records meetings. I meant closed meetings because I'm totally against any more closed meetings. So I
Thanks for that
apologize for
clarification.
that.
No,
And I misspelled your name, but
no apology needed.
you can
Yeah.
get past all those things.
And yeah, no problem misspelling my name either. Shabnam?
I'm getting messages that there are people, are they in the Zoom, but they cannot hear the Zoom? There's something going on with the Zoom where they're locked out. Are they not able?
People are trying to get in and they're not able to get in, and people are trying to open up their videos so that they don't have to have this full screen, and they can't, their videos are locked down again.
I personally would prefer, instead of seeing the board twice, I see you guys in real life and then
Yeah.
there's a picture of you. I want to see the squares. I want to know which of my fellow citizens are here. in a virtual setting. Kind of switching what is displayed there.
Yeah,
I can say as someone who just left home to get here, there are a number of people who wrote no closed session
yeah, thank you. Oh,
under the image.
I appreciate that. So Chrissy, is there anything that we could do on this are we doing something different than we've done in the past?
I don't think so. I didn't set it up any differently. The only difference is.
Here we go.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I can turn everybody's cameras on if you want me to.
You may be
So jumping
jumping
to
to
the
Well,
cameras. Thank
I-
you, Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That was awesome. So I'm able to see that. I don't know, Bob, you probably can't see it.
The video is still disabled.
No, it's all right.
So,
It's all right. There's
so
no
when,
video.
my experience last
It's
month.
more important that the public see it.
My experience last month, trying to zoom in, is that I couldn't open my video so
Jeremy
that you could
can't
see me until Chrissy granted me permission.
Yeah.
And then after my mic got cut, then my video got cut again. So it is absolutely an administrative control.
And not everybody knows to use the hand emoji. Some people will just raise their hand, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's really
very
important that you have the video
Is there a
open.
reason not to have video?
I don't know. Yeah, but I see that someone has their hand up, so I think we should,
Right, Jen is trying, but
But not
that was
everybody
the-
knows that functionality.
right.
Yeah.
So if you could just unlock the screens, because that's what you did last month for me. I don't know how you did it, but you did.
Okay, so I'd like to extend the opportunity for Jennifer to speak. And then we can talk about what else we need to do from a technical standpoint to get through this public comment session. Jennifer, why don't you say who you are and share your comment?
I just want to very quickly say that it sounds like if there's no reason to keep the cameras off, let the cameras on. You can mute people, but let the camera on.
I'm totally fine with that.
Laura's is still disabled, it says.
Yep.
Okay, we can hear you and we can see you, Jennifer.
I'm gonna wait until Laura Schechter is no longer disabled, that her video is no longer disabled. And anybody else who's trying to get in? Okay. Yeah, so even after the conversation about like, oh, well, I don't know why people can't get it, can't get in. I got kicked out again and it was disabled. And I just want to say what a chilling effect it is for me as a resident. Like, this is just a basic of democracy. You're cutting the mics and you're cutting our camera. Like, what is it? What are you trying to say? Why don't you just have the whole thing be a closed session? Because clearly we are not wanted. But it turns out that the feeling is mutual, because I actually think the attendance tonight, given the upset in the village, is so abysmal. But if any of the conversations I've had in the last couple of days are an indication, it's because people in the village are averting their eyes from this wreckage. It is an embarrassment, what is going on. And you've got residents who are really mortified, they're embarrassed, and they can't even bring themselves to come to these meetings anymore. Because they look so bad, they reflect so badly on us as a village. So while I'm sad, I'm really disappointed, because I know there's so many more people paying attention to what's going on and the attendance is not good. I think I want the trustees to wonder what's going on that we have such lousy engagement. Yeah. So I guess I want to direct this to the board, and by that I mean the 6 trustees who asked for John's resignation. I just want to remind you that John has been serving the village for 13 years. He was president before he ran this last time. When he ran, he barely won by just a small number of votes. And so that recent election for John was a referendum on his first term, and half of the villagers did not want him as president. They didn't want him back. And John, that was the high watermark of your approval rating in the village. So I want to say to the trustees, you know that he doesn't have village support because all 6 of you wanted him to leave a month ago. All 6 of you wanted him to leave. He does not have support. And so what we're asking now is for the rest of you to step up and to do the work. I really appreciate that that there seems to be concern for the morale of the staff here. I think that's right. But what we're hoping is that we can have some trustees that care about the morale of the village, the morale of your residents.
Yes.
Many of us do not feel that we have people on the board who are consistently, regularly showing up for us. We've been made clear that Attorney Cole, that is not his job, and I respect that he has other work to do, but that's not his job to protect us. It's to protect the board. And so again, I just want to ask the 6 trustees that remain to please keep in mind that there is what we've been saying again and again and again. You even have someone like Gloria who was here, who's just given her lifeblood to this village, crying in front of you. This is how bad it is. So I'm just asking you tonight to please keep in mind the public trust. Please keep in mind that you didn't want John leading you. And so I think you should do everything to disable him. And I really want you to reorient yourself away from coddling this imperial presidency to paying attention to your residents right now. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I guess I should say, and with that, I want to echo what you've been hearing again and again is that the one trustee that your villagers feel shows up for them again and again and again is Shabnam. And so please don't exercise the monumentally bad judgment of going into closed session right now with her. She wants it an open. We want it an open. Please don't participate in the clown car. Yeah. Please just don't do that. Have a sense of proportion, have a sense of discernment and good judgment. And please just be good trustees for your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Chrissy, are there any more folks online that wish to speak? Otherwise, we'll go back to the.
Nobody at this moment has their hand raised.
Okay. And they have the ability to put their camera on and.
Yes, if they choose to turn their camera on, they can.
Okay, splendid. All right, are there other public comments this evening?
So.
Go ahead. Sorry, Judith, could you identify yourself?
Yeah, I'm Judith Kimball on the 2804 Columbia Road. And I just want to underscore what's been said here, how important it is that we work together as a village. I don't know if John still can work with us. I would hope he can, but I'm not sure he can. But we really have to turn the page and start working together as a village. And that's what I would say. I don't think we should have a closed session. I don't think that's a good thing for working together as a village. And so if we have that as our primary goal, is trying to turn a page and start governing in a way that we all appreciate and value, I think we'll be doing ourselves a great service.
Thanks, Judith. All right, other public comments this evening? Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian Reaver. I'm the owner of 1202 and 1206 Sweetbriar Road. I am here tonight to state my opposition to the proposed zoning amendment. At the last Plan Commission meeting, a question was asked a few times: what problem are we trying to solve? And I would ask that question about this zoning code amendment. What problem is trying to be solved? I've heard it's about clarity, but I want to be clear that there were other ways that the zoning code could have been made more clear that didn't involve a downzoning to remove the buildable depth protection for shallow lots. If it's the outcome of the zoning code, at the existing zoning code as it was applied, that is not wanted, fair enough. I guess I would just like that to be clearly stated. I would also ask the more broad question of what is the village's policy or position towards infill development north of the railroad tracks. Infill is messy, infill is tough. This is a landlocked village. And for additional housing units to fit in, that is different now than it was 30 years ago, 50 years ago, 100 years ago. I've heard character invoked, and I don't know if character is about the way the neighborhood can evolve, or if character is about limiting housing to preserve the status quo. I'm not here to make that decision, but I would ask that a policy position be taken, especially in light of the village's budgetary requirements and the regional housing shortage surrounding the village. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there other public comments this evening? Chrissy, anybody online?
Nobody with their hand raised.
Last ask, any other public comments? All right, thank you very much for that. We'll move on with board matters. Item 7A, payment of bills. Mark, did you want to speak to that?
Sure, I'll make the motion to approve the payment of bills in the amount of $323,475.66.
There a second,
I'll
Bob?
second that.
Thank you very much. Discussion? Ready to approve the bills? All those in favor, please say
I
aye.
have a question.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kate.
Are we able to see the details for what we're being billed for legal fees? I see we have about $11,000 in legal fees.
Microphone? Hardly.
Oh. This, I don't think this is on.
Oh, it
It's
is?
on, yeah. Yeah.
Are we able to get the invoices for what our legal fees are going to? I see we have like 11,000 going. Is that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. That motion carries. Item B, consent agenda. Dietmar?
I'm gonna move the consent agenda, but remove at least 2 meeting minutes from the consent agenda. So I'd like to remove Roman numeral 3 and 5 from the consent agenda, and otherwise move it forward.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Carol? Ready to vote? All those in favor of the consent agenda minus items B3 and B5, please raise your hand. Say aye. Okay, that motion carries. Dietmar, do you want to speak to those 2 other items?
Yep, these are just edits that I found today and shared with Chrissy.
Okay.
The first one on Roman numeral 3, it's on page 26 of the identified board packet, or the lower right-hand corner of the page. And Roman numeral 5, it states at the end of the paragraph that letter expressed no interest in leaving it open for others to come forward to recoup some of the expenses incurred, and this had to do with the proposition that Tom Deegan had talked about. You may have said that, but I clearly remember responding to Tom about that, and that's the edit that I'd like to.
Right, what I
see happen.
said was an interest, not no interest. Where it says no, what I really said was and.
My position is that I responded to Tom saying, hey, we don't want to do that.
No, I think you did, and then afterwards, after you said that, I said this, but I didn't say no interest. What I said was an interest. So I'm not disputing that.
Yep.
You said you prefer not to go that route, and you were the one that had no interest. I was the one that did have an interest, but you carried the day.
All right.
I don't think it's about.
Yeah,
And
so your fix is just to cross out letter or. And put in. That's where you're going with it. I'm fine with that.
There you go.
Okay.
Got another one.
All right, Chrissy, you got all that? And then B5, then the next item?
Yeah, I guess if we want to do that together, then the next one is at the November 18th meeting, when I chaired the meeting.
Could we just, I have a comment on these minutes, so before we go to the next meeting.
So on B3, you have a comment?
On the minutes
Yep.
of
October 21st?
Of October 21st, I do have a comment.
Okay.
And I think there's a typo with respect to that same section C, going down now to V1-6. About 3/4 of the way down, it says finance doesn't set up priorities. Task is to keep, it says debit service level. I think it would meant debt service level. I think it's just a typo on that
Okay,
one.
did you get that, Chrissy?
Which set of minutes was that again?
It's for B3, approval of minutes, October 21. Okay. Were you ready to move on, Mark?
Yeah, that's the only comment I had
Okay.
on those
And
minutes.
then, Dietmar, you want to speak to B5?
Yeah, for the November 18th meeting, under the procedures and orientations, I did not state that any comments provided through Facebook would not be considered contemporaneously, so on and so forth. That's just a boilerplate, and I did not state that. So that's the only edit there.
Okay. So, we need a separate motion then to approve those two items?
Yep.
Well,
So
Go ahead,
you also
Mark.
have
on
more.
the same minutes, I have
Okay,
comments.
go ahead, Mark, you bet, sorry.
Okay, so in section 7C1 discussion, again, it has those two words debit, and I think what's intended is debt.
Okay.
So we can catch those.
Anything else, Mark?
Yeah. I'm wondering about in section C, new business resolutions and motions in the subparagraph 3i, where we have the motion recorded. I don't think it was a roll call vote. And so normally we don't, I think if it's not a roll call vote, we just say the motion passed or it failed. But in this case, we included the motion carried with Lofty abstaining. I don't think that belongs in the minutes. Unless it's a roll call vote, we don't identify individuals.
Okay.
And I think that's also the case, the way it was phrased in section 5. And in section 4. In all three cases, it's a motion carried with Lofty abstaining, and it should, I think, just be motion carried. But that's our practice.
Mark, thanks for that. So, Chrissy, were you able to capture all those? And I hope it's not presumptuous of me to ask Dietmar and to move this forward and maybe Mark second. It's
Yeah, I'll move the October 21st meeting and November 18th meeting minutes as amended. Discussion here.
thanks for that. Mark,
I'll
you have a
second
second?
that.
Further discussion?
Further discussion, real quick.
Shauna?
Mark is wanting things to be consistent, which is fine, but I want to thank Chrissy for wanting more accuracy. And I think that was her intent in there, and I appreciate the intent.
Was a good add. Okay, ready to vote? All those in favor of the two items on the consent agenda? That motion carries. Okay, all right, ordinances. Chrissy, you're good? Not getting too far ahead? All right, awesome. Yep, 7C1, discussion and possible action, third reading and approval of ordinance L-2025-03, amending section 10-1-24E and section 10-1-25E of the Village of Shorewood Hills zoning code related to R1 and R2 residential front yard setbacks. There's a motion also in the notes to the agenda. Someone like to make a motion? To waive the third reading.
I'll do it.
Thank you, Shabna. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you, Carol. Further discussion on the motion? Shabna?
there was a request for the rationale, and I want to state that the rationale is that, again, nowhere in the history of Sherwood Hills have we ever had a 0-foot setback. The purpose of this is to confirm for the safety and the norms of everywhere else in Madison and nationwide that I don't believe are 0-foot setbacks. And that's the purpose of this.
Further discussion? So the motion is to waive the third reading and approve ordinance L-2025-03, amending section 20-1-24E and section 10-1-25E of the Village of Sherwood Hills zoning code related to R1 and R2 residential front yard setbacks. Are you ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Raise your hand. Opposed, that motion carries. All right, 7D. New business resolutions and motions, discussion 2026 Village Facilities Project, Tom Deegan. Tom, you have the floor. Keep going, Tom. Keep going.
Show my screen.
You should be able to.
Okay.
So Chris,
Hi, I'm Tom Deegan, Black Hawk Drive. And, so let me get my screen up here. And
Chrissy, I'm sorry, will we be able to flip so the residents are on here and Tom's is on there? Was that?
Tom can override this video
Yeah.
on this TV.
Yeah.
You can share a screen. Maybe he just pulls it up on his laptop.
Okay.
You won't see it up in front
I'll
though.
move this for a second. I thought I had it all set up.
If you just pull it up, you're mirroring your screen now.
Yeah, how do I went to,
But I think Tom's needs to be up here, right? So
Yeah, that's a
he's
different story. I don't
see
know.
it.
you didn't get,
Whatever you pull up on your screen here, it will show up on TV.
okay,
But you might want to share it in Zoom.
I still on it?
Yep.
I had it, I was
So what is Zoom?
intending to share it in Zoom.
You go back to the Zoom app.
You through with that? Oh, so I have a. Thought I had it all set up.
No, no worries, Tom.
Should I open up the what I want to? I should have had it open on my screen. There's a. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's the one. That's the one. Presentation, I guess. And then just go to the first one.
Thanks, David.
You're welcome. And then, yes, I think. Did it work? Okay, great, thank you. This is an extension of phase 2 of my work under the REAP with the village, looking at facilities. And the first thing I'd like to say is that this is just a small part of the budget. This ties to what John Begley said, that the facilities and the monies that's spent on facilities is just one portion, because the budget could be a lot allocated toward roads, parks, the pool, et cetera, et cetera. So this is a very narrow portion of the budget. But I wanted to summarize the work that I've done.
Can I stop you for 1 second? This screen is what people see online. Is there a way to fix that?
And you can't read that.
Okay, let's see.
So it doesn't make
You know how to tolerate for that? I was in Zoom before.
So it's specific to it's specific to your screen.
I had it.
So
Okay.
why don't you go ahead and talk while
Okay.
I'm not, this is not.
Okay.
This might take a second.
Well,
This is just.
So this is a narrow part of the budget. And what I want to do tonight is summarize the work that I've done and then organize the many different alternatives that are presented in order of complexity. That's one sort I did to help hopefully help the board look at things in order of complexity and what they may be able to do short term and intermediate term and long term with the budget if they so chose for the facilities improvements. Oh, wow. Good job. Okay. So I'm going to throw a lot of text on this slide, and you know, I'm not going to go through all of it, but if I could forward it.
Will this PowerPoint be posted on the village website? Because
Yes,
we
yes, it
can't
will.
read this.
Right, I'm not expecting any to read it, but this will be on the website. So this is just a summary of the initial work I did, looking at all the buildings I looked at were the Village Hall, the former fire station, the West Storage Building, and this top half of the sheet, the Salt Building. And those are the departments that are in those buildings and the square footage existing. That's existing use of our current buildings. I didn't put the pool building on here. And then the second half of that sheet is the space programming that I did. That's when I met with the department heads and talked about their space needs and listed it by room and appropriate size for each room and added up the space. So those were the space needs for each of the departments. And if I look at the totals there, total program square footage was 34,000 feet. And for the top half, the total that we have now in those current existing village buildings is 29,000. So it's about a 5,000 square foot shortage to satisfy all the space needs for all the departments. Now that's a little bit aspirational, you know, maybe not everything that was mentioned or listed is absolutely necessary, but if we had the space available, that's what the departments said that they would like. And that details in my phase 1 report that's online with the village. So now here's where there's a lot of text. So what I've done over a series of meetings now is present various alternatives and discuss and alluded to other alternatives and variations on alternatives. So I realized that it became a lot of information. So I wanted to organize it by building and by order of complexity. So just to take a few here, for instance, for all these buildings, the Village Hall, the former fire station, the pool building, the West Storage Building, the Hayden House. One thing we can do is just maintain the buildings, not renovate it, not expand them, do nothing, which is not necessarily a bad thing because then we can long-term plan for what we'd like to have in the future for a renovation or a new building. Maintaining the buildings is important and it's a valid choice to do nothing but maintain them while we do planning. But if we do want to do something more and satisfy some of the immediate needs, for instance, of the village staff, we could do carpeting, lights, HVAC controls in this building and make an impactful improvement to the building. And by lights, I mean go to LED lights instead of all the fluorescent lights or the utility savings, maintenance savings by doing that. So that'd be money well spent, very easily done. It could happen this coming year. And going to the next level, a little more complicated, we could renovate this building with a mild renovation for priority needs. I'm going to show you an image of what could be done with this building. That's just moving a few walls, adding some rooms, repurposing some rooms. Very easily done, could be done next year as part of the budget if that facilities budget is approved or as a portion of the total budget is approved for facilities. And then further on, it gets more complicated. We could expand the police garage only. We could expand this building and the police garage, et cetera, more complicated. Former fire station building, there we could also just maintain it, or we could add some electrical outlets for the DPW for their needs and for their priority needs. Going to the next level, we could do a little bit of renovation in that building if we wanted to provide a community space in that building. This starts to talk about or touch on some of the issues that were discussed in the workshop. Where does the community want community space? At the pool location, at the former fire station location, either in the renovated or new building, or in both locations. So that's all for future discussion. So we could, looking at the former fire station building, going down the list, more complicated, we could add an expansion to the building on the northwest corner. Further complicated, we completely renovate the building for a village hall or for a police department. Increase the height of the DPW roof. Now, this all gets into things that I don't recommend because I think it's too big a commitment for that building, which is a concrete block building. And I think we're better off some other alternatives when we get to that complexity. But there's a list of things. It's things that I presented in the past with plans. The pool building, we can maintain it just as it is. We could do very modest renovations for pool operations if that's required or desired. Longer term, we could renovate the pool building, the current pool building for pool operations and a second floor community space. Or we could have new construction for a pool, for just the pool operations, or new construction for pool operations and community space. So I hope you're getting the sense that as we go down the list, it's added complexity, added cost, added planning time. So most of those things start to fall into the future. The west storage building, we can maintain it, or we could do an uninsulated expansion. We could do that next year at a reasonable cost. Or we could do an insulated expansion, or we could add a wash bay out there also at more expense. So that's one way I wanted to organize all the alternatives that I presented and discussed by complexity per building. But now on the next exhibit, I'm looking at, this is a little more of a, injecting some of my recommendations, looking at those changes by what could be done what could be done in the near term or in longer term with more planning. So this is functional departments that are in each of the buildings. In the village hall, we have the village admin, the police, municipal court, village files, and I'll tell you in a minute why I'm mentioning that specifically. Former fire station, we have DPW, forestry, historian, fire association, and a fair bit of vacant space. Pool building, we have pool operations, and we have community space such as it is right now. West storage building, DPW, fire association, and police storage, and the hiding house is community space. So I always wanted to include that in the list of facilities now because it's been renovated, it's been improved, it's providing community space for us. And it's a good amenity. So near term, what we can easily do is we can do some minor renovation to this building, as I mentioned, and provide better space for police and municipal court and some improvements for the village administration. And also at the former fire station, we could do some modest renovation. It's not renovation of all those departments, but really the key is this village files component that I mentioned. As I study this with my architects, if we pull the village files, long-term file record storage out of this building and put it into a renovated room at the former fire station, it could be a fireproof room, very secure. That then frees up and toggles many opportunities in this building for shifting space around. I'll show you that in just a moment. That's what can be done near term, very easily, cost effectively. In the pool building, I talked with Dane, and really there aren't any minor renovations that he's advocating for now, more of just maintaining the building and then looking long term. In the longer term, he obviously is thinking of the planning of whether it's a extensive renovation or a new building. But short term, if he can maintain it, he's telling me during the planning process for longer term changes in that location. The West Storage building, I would advocate for an addition to that building, either insulated or uninsulated in this next year, because that provides needed space for DPW and also sets the scene for some of the future moves that we can do. DPW will always need space, and we can deliver it the most cost effectively at that West Storage building. It's a metal building. It's out there where we don't have to make an architectural statement, the high volume space. And there we have the opportunity to make uninsulated space or insulated and have more function. Talking to DPW, I think there's a strong desire to always have a component within the village and out there for seasonally shift equipment back and forth to more effectively mow the lawn, take care of the streets, or plow the snow, et cetera, et cetera. So they do a seasonal shift of equipment back and forth. But as we think about it, if we want to provide more DPW space in the village. It's a high volume space right on Shorewood Boulevard. We want it to look good. It's the heart of our village. So the more we can shift the function out to the West Storage Building, the easier our life will be, and we'll save a lot of money on our budget also by doing that. But those are all for future discussions. But that addition to DPW this year could be very handy. Hiding House maintain the space. So longer term then, now here you'll see some ors and ors. That's where the discussion comes in. Do we do another renovation of the village hall to provide more longevity for the presence of the police and or admin in this building? Or are we building and planning for a new building in this location of the former fire station that would include a village hall and or the police department? That would then facilitate selling this location if we had both departments there, and I'll show you some plans for those things. And then the pool building, do we do a major renovation or do we do a new building? And does that include community center space or not? And does it include community center space on the second floor or on the first floor? So if we go back to our chart showing complexity, if we do everything on the first floor, that's always going to be a less complex building and a less expensive building. We add a second floor for community space, involves an elevator, probably more restrooms and so forth. So whenever I'm looking with a client about multiple opportunities and options, I always think about complexity and budget and try to go in a direction where everyone's comfortable with the end result budget, but the end result budget will likely be. So that's another way of sorting this. And all of this is my attempt to set the scene so families at the next meeting can begin to make decisions and eliminate alternatives that they don't like, or that they don't feel are appropriate for the village, or it can be supported by the budget. We can go right down that list on each of the facilities, each of the buildings, and then begin to eliminate the option that the trustees do not feel are appropriate. And we get more information if they need more information for the decisions also. So that's anticipating for next month's meeting. So looking at this building now more specifically, this is the existing village hall, the building we're in now. The top part is the first floor on the upper right, and the basement level that we're in right now on the upper left. So I don't know if my cursor is visible here. Can you see this cursor?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where the long-term village records are now. If we take the records in that room right there and put them into the, it would be right over here, right over there, in this level, in that corner over there. Actually, it's more over in that corner over there. But we take those records, we put it into the former fire station building. That would allow us then to utilize that space for a meeting room and break room for the police department. Now, and if we take this vacant space right here that's on the lower level of this building, which is right over there in that wing, which is empty right now, we put a couple walls in, we could make a fitness room and a storage room right on in that location. And right now, right over there exists a police male and female locker room and bathroom with showers. So there we could improve the lights, clean it up, maybe add new tiles, new flooring, be very functional, very pleasant. And that could happen in that same police wing also. On this level also, I showed a new stair right here that I'll talk about in a moment. Coming to the first level, then now we've displaced the village records to the former fire station building. We can take the police records that are on the small end of that room in a really substandard space. It's not properly ventilated or very secure. We can take the police records and move them up to the first floor next to the evidence processing room that exists on the first floor of this building. And that would be a big improvement. And then here's that stairway. So I suggest we add a stairway from the upper level garage going down to the lower level that would provide access to the break room, the locker room, the fitness room, and direct connection between the lower level police functions and the first floor police functions. So now they can circulate vertically in their world and go to the break room, go upstairs, go back to their office, go to their workstations, which involves a small renovation on the first floor. You can see my cursor, making that 4 police workstations there. I think there are currently 3 now. So have 4 functioning workstations there, and that becomes the police, modified police department with vertical circulation. Now, for the other significant change that we can make for not a big budget number is for the municipal court. Right in this corner of this building, and this level, that could be the judge's office, municipal court judge's office, right there, her chambers, so that she could enter the courtroom right here when she's having court and recess into her chambers to have discussions and so forth. That would be a place for that activity. And on this level also, a section of the women's restroom could be utilized for pre-court conference room for the plaintiff and their attorney. And on the first level, the court-related change is that we have a renovated area for court records with a door to the common area, which satisfies some statutes regarding that it's not connected to the police department. Now, for the admin area, what I'd suggest we could do easily is provide them with a private restroom by adding 1 wall in this location right here. You can see my cursor. So they would now have a private restroom for the admin area, and we add a new public restroom in an existing storage building or storage room right now. So we're not moving any walls. We're just doing some cosmetic renovations. So that is a suggestion for minor renovations. And this is subject to more discussion, of course, and it could be changed within some limitations. I tried to really utilize existing walls and add a minimum number of new walls. The building could also have new carpeting, new lights. It all would be money very well spent if it's decided to budget that money during this year. So before I move on, I would also like to say that I showed this to the municipal court judge, Felice Rudin, and her clerk, and to Jamie for the police department. And I haven't had a chance to discuss it in detail with Brian, but this is a suggestion. If there are any questions from the board on that so far? Okay, and I'll go on. Let's see. So the former fire station building, as I mentioned, we select one of these rooms to renovate into a long-term records storage room. One of these rooms could be renovated into a community space if the board decided to do that, or it could be left as it is. These pink and yellow and green areas are the DPW, Forestry and Fire Association areas, and that we could add some outlets there for their work. And at the West Storage Building, this is where we could add up to about a 6,200 square foot addition. About 5,000, 4,500 would be very comfortable addition there. This is a little bit pushing the limits of what could fit on that site. That would be money well spent, I feel, this year. Now looking longer term, this is an aerial view of our existing Village Hall building, and just wanted to show an image of a future renovation that could be done that would really focus on reconfiguring the parking lot into a better flow configuration and adding in blue a police garage so that the vehicles could drive in from one side, 4 vehicles could be parked in a garage, and they would drive out the other side and continue on to Shorewood Boulevard. So I'm suggesting this is a possibility because it's only tearing off a garage and adding a new garage. It's a minimal impact. It would be much less disruptive than expanding the building. And it could have a significant positive impact for the police department, but it's not necessary that it has to be done. They could live with the garage they have. This would also free up green space then, or open space, where long term, if the village decided to put an expansion on this village hall building and make an even longer term commitment to this site, that could be done here. So the okay, this is the former fire station site. This is an image that I've showed before, but I can get this thing to advance. Oh, there we go. Okay. So a new building could be built on that location that could have, now this is the former fire station location, the site that we own, obviously. So this could be a two-level building. One level would be 3/4 underground, so it'd be more like a story and a half building. 29 surface parking spaces, a garage DPW component, and this could house one department. It could be a new admin building with community space, or it could be a new police department with community space, if that's the decision. And then there's also I don't know why this doesn't advance. There's also a 2.5 story. Okay, so here, this is a 2.5 story building in that location that could house the police department, admin, and DPW. So thinking about this into the future, a very obvious question is whether people would be comfortable with that size and that volume of a building at that location. It might be larger than the village once there, but it is doable, and it's a reasonable alternative to consider. Okay, so that is my presentation, and I just wanted to come back to this slide to point out that the near-term alternatives that I'm talking about are very simple. They're modest renovations. They're addition to the west storage building. There's adequate budget if it's allocated in the current budget to do this, and this work could be done next year. And then the longer-term considerations, that of course takes much more planning, discussion, and that'll be for future years. That's my presentation.
No, that's great, Tom. Questions or comments for Tom? Dietmar.
Why don't I go first? And I guess in full disclosure, right, Tom and I have had conversations in the last few months about this, and as we all know, design is a very iterative process. There are permutations that come with it, and as I stated some time ago, I'm looking at the near-term solutions that are up on the board and that Tom had just talked about, really as operational improvements that are just necessary. And I hope that we're finally landing here as a body that is the direction that we should take and pursue. And really, I want to put a very fine point on the longer term solutions, that they are truly off in the distance a little bit. I think there's going to be enough of a lift here to solve the near-term solutions, to have some improvements, and then settle in and actually start operating these buildings as they are. I think 810 Shore Boulevard, the one that we're in right now, there's some neglect and deferment of maintenance that really needs to be addressed. And Tom, you and I haven't talked about this yet, but even if I look around the siding, there's certain things that just need TLC. And to what extent that flows into this near-term solution, things for the board to decide. But I would be very much in favor for these operational improvements that are listed on the near-term sheet. Again, those are up on the screen both that way, and folks that are watching. And I think that's the direction that we should take, and now formulate a plan how we can move forward with putting that information together to then put an RFP out for design services, and then ultimately put a an RFP out for construction. So those are my few thoughts and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Dietmar. Additional comments, questions? Carol?
Yeah, as most folks here in the room know, we had a workshop over the weekend about facilities, and two of the themes that were very prominent were about maintenance and efficient use of the spaces that we already have. So I think that Tom's more minimal proposals slot really nicely into those concepts. And so I'm glad to have them, very glad for them. Yeah, I look forward to more discussion about exactly what we picked to start with in 2026.
Thanks for that, Carol. Shabna?
I'll just add that there's a timeline. There's money that needs to be spent. And so I think the time factor is a component. Can't tax residents and then not use the money for what it's for.
Thanks for that. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, in the near term for 810 and 1008, I am generally aligned. The way I'm thinking about this is Tom, I think, has given us a really good outline. It's now our job to really color in that and understand what we really truly need. I think in the interest of like moving this along, I know, Brian, you are anxious to get this prioritized. I guess I would just like to know, are there any trustees who are not aligned with kind of a basic level of a minor renovation in this current building and some of the minor upgrades needed for 1008? I just want to know, are we hitching on that because I think we should have a conversation tonight, because in January, I do think we need to start to color that in and get very, very clear and directional to Brian to say, look, this is what we are approving. Go get, proposals, let's start the RFP process. Because I do think, as you mentioned, timing is a really big component here. So I would just like to know, is anyone not aligned with minor renovations to this? Of course, we have to define what that is, but are we in the right ballpark? That's what I'm trying to ask. So I guess, Bob, Mark, where are you guys at on this?
Well, I'm aligned with this. I think the minimal approach is fine. I would just add that in addition to, it seems in DPW in 1008 that Terry has indicated he'd like to have the roof raised. I realize that's a very expensive thing and down on your list in intensity. But he's also mentioned insulating, lighting, and heating, and those seem to me to be relatively, maybe not heating, but insulating and lighting would be relatively cheap, and I would suggest putting those in the near term as well.
That's that's an interesting point. I would say that insulating and lighting, this is for the existing former fire station building.
For the
correct?
equipment bays, yes.
Equipment bays. So I'm just gonna, well, if this thing would behave, I'd put it on the screen. It should be easy. Let's try it. That's it. Okay, so we're talking about the pink, these areas here on the first floor. This is the pink, yellow, green. Those are all the equipment areas. And this area over here is the rooms and and so forth. Yes, so I would agree that I would say that insulating and lighting is appropriate. It's a bigger number, but it's not insurmountable. I would definitely not advocate for raising the roof, because I think that's
I understand.
a very
That-
large
that's-
commitment to this building.
That's a whole different thing.
And I think that it's important to in your long-term planning to think what the use of this building is, because I think that long-term, this location is much more valuable than this structure is in that former fire station building.
agree.
But I also agree that there is money that should be spent for Terry now to be more comfortable, more efficient.
Right. And
Absolutely. So-
yeah, I'm just echoing what he said,
Yeah,
that,
yes.
it's uninsulated, cold, it's hard to work on equipment in there. And that he would love new lighting, insulation, and more electrical outlet. So
I would have have a real deep conversation with Terry about that west storage building, because I truly feel that it'd be very beneficial to have an expansion there. And if that expansion, then you could decide whether that's insulated and maybe the wash bay goes in there if he wants one, if the budget can afford it. If he really wants a wash bay, it'd be much easier and more effective to deliver it there than at this location in the far future. So that might start to play into the extent that he wants this insulated too, depending on his activities.
I think it'd be good to roll them into the
Oh,
in all
absolutely.
these conversations.
Mhm. Good point. I'm glad you brought that up.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah, I think it's important not only to talk about what we would like to see, but what we don't want to see. To remove some options that Tom has presented if we're not going that way. So I just don't want our focus to be spread over options that we're not seriously considering in any foreseeable future. So for instance, the things I'm thinking about is the 3-department solution into public works. Because it gets to the issue of how much are we going to reinvest in the building if some of us or all of us envision that building being torn down. And so I'd like to get obviously not tonight because it's not for decision tonight, but in January to think about saying, well, these are the direction we're going and these other things we're just not considering. We're taking them off the table, setting them aside, and these are the things we're focusing on. The other thing I would like to see is to have both Terry as well as Jamie present to this board what their priorities are. Not only what we see their priorities are, but what they see their priorities are. And that we understand better the things that they're focused on. And I'm assuming that that will follow on the reports that they wrote as part of the facilities modernization project. They expressed concerns about the facilities. And I think we want to make sure that we're either addressing those concerns or we're not addressing them, but we have reasons why we're not addressing them, but to be very specific about it. So I would hope that either, both Jamie and Terry would share that with us, and if they want to share it through Brian, that's fine too. However, I'm concerned about how it's done, but I do want to understand their priorities before I make a decision personally as to what my priorities are with respect to these improvements. So that's kind of where I am right now.
That's helpful, Mark. Any other thoughts, questions?
So just to be clear, it does seem like directionally, this board is aligned with minor updates and operational updates to this current 810 building and 1008. We need to get very specific. Is it outlets? What are we insulating? What are we not? But I just want to be clear, like generally speaking, that is the direction we feel like in the first quarter of this next coming year, we can start to build that process.
Yeah, I was going to add a little context, so I'll do that. First, I'll just say that, Tom, this was really helpful. I especially like how that you created scenarios ordered by intensity. I think that helps the board. It helped me just kind of go through and go, yes, yes, no, no, no. And then, so that was kind of my initial reaction. Carol raised the session that we had on Saturday, which was pretty well attended given how brutally cold it was. But I think we also want to make that information available to the rest of the village so that they get an opportunity to weigh in. So that's going to form my answer to your question. And then I just wanted to share, the guiding principles for me for facilities decisions are, and I said this on Saturday, decisions should align with who we are as a village and tie it directly to the strategic plan. So for me, that's safety. Staff, residents, and facilities must be safe and functional. Welcoming spaces should work for residents of all ages and abilities. Integrity and transparency. Clear priorities. No surprises. No rush commitments. I think in line with what you're saying, Kate. Resourceful in terms of starting with cost-effective, minimally disruptive improvements, and resilient. Investing wisely so today's decisions don't create tomorrow's problems. So any other comments, thoughts on this issue?
I have one more.
Okay, yeah.
Brian, can we have the discussion around authorizing our outside consultant to do a survey? Would that be the right?
Yeah,
time?
that was one of the
Okay.
discussion tonight,
Okay.
so.
Should we have that now or? later?
Yeah, we can do that
Okay.
if you want to have that.
Yeah, so, kind of building up what John just said, so we had a great session on Saturday. Of course, it was more in-person focused, and so we want to capture other feedback that residents who were not able to attend, for them to give them a space. And so I would like to advise the board to authorize, I believe that the fee is around $1,200, but to have the moderator who came on Saturday actually set up essentially a survey with the same questions that were prompted at each of the stations that if you did come, you saw them. And so it would basically, she would build a survey. It would be hosted on SurveyMonkey. She would build that for us. We would need to distribute that to residents, but she would then analyze that data and give us a report. I believe we could, we'll talk to her about timing. I don't want to speak for her, but I wanted, since that was an additional expense, we wanted to see if the board was in support of that, and then we could direct her to make that happen.
Reactions, Dietmar?
Not specific to that. Sure, yes, in full support. I actually want to go back one paragraph before that. And just to kind of summarize my thoughts one more time, really, Kate, what you're asking. And I'm looking at what I call Tom's sensitivity analysis. And Tom, I think it's this sheet right here that sort of has this increasing list of reaches that are out there. And what I've taken just while I was listening to you all of what resonates with me and where I believe to be our monetary cap to be. So I put check marks next to things that I believe are within reach, and then certainly stop. So to illustrate the example, on Village Hall, the second line item, carpet lights, HVAC controls, and renovation for priority needs. Again, I see those to be operational improvements that are necessary and wanted at 810 Shore Boulevard. But I'm going to stop for me personally to say, hey, police garage expansion, building garage expansion, and everything after that is off limits. And just kind of go about it that way methodically. Maybe folks want to approach it the same way. And maybe this is the homework item that we all need to do to come back to the next meeting and say, where do our priorities align? And Mark, this really speaks to you as well. What don't we want to do? So where's the cap in all of this? That's my suggestion.
That's helpful. Thank you. Mark?
Yeah, and I'm assuming then we're going to address the community center issue and the pool building in a second phase of this process, that in January, we're really going to be focusing on these renovations to Village Hall, to 1008 Public Works Building, and that's where our focus will be. But that's not to say that the community center issue and the pool issues will proceed, but on a different track and a sort of a separate track, because those issues are just they're different in terms of both magnitude of cost as well as differences in terms of timeline, I think, as well. So I'd very much like us to see us authorize some requests for proposals focused on this building, focused on the Public Works Building, and in a separate track be dealing with the longer term issues of the community center and the pool building. So
Thanks for that. Thanks for that. Kate?
I just to respond to that, I do agree they should be separate tracks, but I think that they should be operating concurrently. So I don't think it should be, we only tackle this and then 6 months later we start to tackle the other. We need to do, but we need to like walk and chew gum at the same time. So in Q1, I think we need to kick this process off. We clearly have, I think, general alignment. We need to get very specific line item by line item per Dietmar's request. I'm hearing, I think there is consensus around that, which is great news, I think. But we also need to, I think, continue the, threads of discussion that were launched on Saturday around the community center space and that question. We had a lot of great feedback. The follow-up survey will give us more feedback. And I know, there's no reason that Dane should stop working on, well, what is the ideal pool structure? That will take a while. And so, we're not going to be able to do an RFP in January. I totally get that. But that work needs to continue and needs to have urgency behind it, because if we lag on that, it will be years and years and years. And so we need to understand, what do we really want in the pool building, and whether that, at least we can have that document sitting on the shelf And if that doesn't match when our funding becomes available, fine, but we need to have the plan, because if we keep kicking the can down, we're never gonna have a full plan. So I agree, they can be two tracks, but they should be parallel and they should be working, concurrently.
I'd agree with that.
Yeah, it's not gonna be less expensive if we wait and wait and wait.
Other comments, thoughts? Carol?
Yeah, so to make a firm choices by January, we need at least some ballpark numbers. I mean, because we have to slot in what we choose with the money that we have, the borrowing that we've done. So I've seen some numbers, we've all seen some numbers, but what is going to be the process for generating some rough numbers for us to work with in January when we decide what to start with, which RFP to put out first? That's a question for the group or for Brian, or where are those numbers going to come from?
Mark, go ahead.
Obviously if we got requests for proposals out, we'd get numbers back, but obviously we'd just be authorizing the request for proposals in January, so you wouldn't have the numbers at the January meeting. So I don't know if Tom would, if we could create a sort of a short list of these are the renovations, these are the improvements that we've assigned the highest priority to, whether he could throw a number at it that would get us in the ballpark. Or maybe Bob, you've got a little construction background, maybe you could kind of just get us in the ballpark of what some of these things might cost.
Well, I don't know about me. I don't have the current experience, but I would think going across and down this spreadsheet you have here, maybe some rough numbers could be, even if it's square footage numbers, could be put in there.
Well, I think that, if you decide that, if you all decide that you're considering doing renovation of this building, and you have a meeting with Jamie and Brian more specifically, and about what needs they want to address. I had one scenario here of light renovation alternatives, and if it's some permutation of that, then general numbers can be put to that fairly quickly. And even I would think that our RFP for that scope of work isn't terribly complicated also. And I think that it's within your money available, unless you tell me that, if you put parameters on that, what is it, 5 million, 4.5, whatever you have for next year, that only X amount is available for facilities, well, then you can work with that, and that will inform how much flexibility we have for determining the budget. But if that whole 5 million or 4.5 million is available for facilities, we certainly can accommodate these renovations that we've been talking about. Then you could get your 2 or 3 proposals in an RFP format. I mean, how much detail do you need up front to really decide to issue an RFP?
I don't know.
Well, as I'm saying, I don't think that these would exceed $5 million. So why not just put together that RFP with a preliminary plan and say, this is what we'd like priced, and have 2 or 3 contractors price it, then you'll have your answer.
I think when we work with the department heads, with Terry, with Jamie, we get our assessed targeted improvements ironed out. We can share that with the board. Have you take a look at what they have laid out. I agree with Tom. I think at the time that I put together the RFP, I mean, it's essentially going to be incumbent on the bidder and responder to our RFP to stay within the threshold of the budget that we have allocated to do the project. And if they don't think that they can, they probably will not put in for the effort to secure the final award. But I think the first focus will be getting the list ironed out for the must-haves. We can get that to the board, so you can take a look at that before the January meeting. I can talk with our team a little bit more, put some of the pieces of Tom's presentation in, so you can see how that aligns with their vision for their respective departments. Have a good conversation in January about which way we want to take things, and kind of, I mean, I think it's good. I think this is a good approach. We kind of got our focus now kind of geared up towards at least 2 destinations for this. we might have, based on the feedback that we received from the department heads, we might know very clearly the first one that we want to tackle in 2026, given what we're hearing from what they share.
The other thing I'd like to know, Brian, is also what the transition issues are with these kind of renovations, improvements. I mean, are they going to have to relocate? I mean, how will it impact service to the village? There may be minimal impact, there may be significant impact. I don't know. But I think in addition to knowing what their priorities are in terms of renovations, it would be good to know the impact on service levels will be.
Heavy work on the weekend, right? Bill?
Not to, I'm sorry to interject, but if you're talking about remodeling buildings, that is a public works project, it will have to be publicly bid.
Right.
And people were talking about RFPs, which is certainly fine for the architect and consultants, but the construction would have to be public.
Thanks for that, Bill.
Okay, other comments, thoughts?
So just to be,
Okay.
no objections on having our moderator from Saturday move forward with the survey?
Well, I did have one
Yeah.
question about that.
Yeah.
Is she gonna come up with the questions? Are we gonna come up with the questions, or is it gonna be consistent with the questions that you presented?
It would be the same, basically, right, Carol, the same questions that were at each table, that there was little prompts by each thing, and so she would basically take that and digitize it, so.
Totally makes sense. You think about the magnitude of dollars that we're gonna spend, and we're gonna spend $1,200 to reach a lot more folks.
Yeah.
Kind of a no-brainer.
Okay,
So,
we
thanks
just wanted
for,
to check that work, so.
and she can move pretty quickly as far as we know, or you need to
You have
check.
to follow up.
Yeah, we're gonna check.
Yeah.
Allison's great, so she was very helpful. Okay. Ready to move on then?
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Okay, item D2, discussion Eller's financial model results. Mark, are you speaking to this, or how are we doing this?
Or
Brian, sorry.
read off this one,
Okay.
if you don't mind, Brian.
Yeah, no problem. So, last month we had Ellers out. Ariana Schmidt, from their financial team, prepared the final version of.
Can I just,
Oh, go
sorry,
ahead, go
I
ahead.
apologize. This is still on Facebook. Could we go back to the room?
Trying to do
Okay,
that.
so, oh, sorry, you're doing, okay. Go ahead, Brian.
So Ariana from Ellers came out to the last board meeting, shared some of the final data that they plugged in using our 2025 selected CIP, capital improvement plan, used the numbers that went into our 2026 village budget, and estimated using some of the various assumptions that the board collected and provided me with feedback on that you wanted to see implemented within the financial model, to come back and share that data with the board. She did mention that there are some upcoming stress points foreseen within our current municipal budget. Many of those tied directly to the fact that inflation has chipped away a great deal at the purchasing power in an environment where municipalities are kind of controlled by net new construction increases. The village being landlocked, we're facing those challenges. And again, not unique to Sherwood Hills, but very present, a daily issue that we are foreseeing and in the future as well. So this was just an opportunity to do a recap of her presentation, continue the discussion. Ariana did also get invited to the finance committee meeting last month, where she gave the same presentation, answered some questions from the finance committee members. The materials that were submitted, there's a one-page document in the packet for reference tonight to aid in this discussion, and that came from requests that were received either at the last board meeting or at the last finance committee meeting. The first was a question in relation to when the elections would occur in 2027 if we wanted to have a referendum considered for for use in that year's election cycle for impacting of 2028's budget. The second question, I believe, was from Dietmar. He wanted to see if she could extrapolate out what the corresponding net new construction percentage would need to be within the village in order to match what the financial model was projecting from a net new construction or a deficit that would have to be filled by net new construction increases. So happy to answer any additional questions anyone has, but give you a proper frame of reference for where we are.
I would just add that the finance committee will be meeting next week, next Monday, I believe. And we will be having a discussion about strategies to close the projected deficits in 2027, 28, 29. There's been a lot of talk about referendum, and that's obviously one way to do it, but that's not necessarily the only way to do it. We will be exploring alternatives. There's the possibility of closing a TID early that might be able to release those additional tax revenues to the village. There's also the possibility that Ariana mentioned of wheel tax. So we haven't given up on this. I think the problem that we face is that if we wanted to go to referendum, it's very labor intensive to prepare that. And the clock is ticking. And so if we wanted additional property tax revenues in 2027, we would actually have to be in referendum in August of 2026. The question would have to be in like June of 2026. And that's going to be very challenging. I'm not sure that we're in a position to do that. I know it sounds like, well, you have several months. Is that enough time? That's pretty labor intensive. So the finance committee will be talking about this next Monday and kind of trying to narrow down what are the best options. And how likely is it that the various strategies that we can employ will actually close the deficit? Unfortunately, we're still working with a lot of estimates. We won't get the audited numbers until February of next year. And until we have the audited numbers, we won't know some key metrics like the unassigned fund balance, also what the balance is in the TIDs. So it's a little challenging, but we'll try to get there and we'll report back to the board in January as to kind of where we are at.
Dietmar.
Yeah, Brian and Mark, will Ariana be at Monday's finance committee meeting?
I have not asked her.
Okay. Then I guess maybe I'll follow up with you, Brian or Mark. Thank you for having her work on that net new construction piece. I understand the percentage increase, but it's not meaningful enough unless it's tied to dollars. So there's maybe a follow-up question that I have for her on that one. So I'll figure out a way how to get that information to you. And maybe she can answer it ahead of that meeting. Something on lines. Okay, thank you.
Other thoughts on that? This is just a discussion item.
Okay, just to follow up, Dietmar. So you're referring to what is page 55 of the packet where she reported the net new construction and she reported it as a percentage.
Yeah, correct. So the model assumes a net new construction of 0.58% year over year or in the calculus. And what she had done is absolutely answer my question, which is what would it need to be for net new construction or for the levy to keep up with the projections of the just cost increases. And she's expressing that as a percentage. But what is that tied to net new construction in terms of dollar amount? So that's the real question at all.
Big number. Carol, did you have something you wanted to add?
No.
Okay.
So, how many $1 million of net new construction or hundreds of thousands of net new construction need to occur to get to that calculus?
Okay, ready to move on? Thanks, Brian. All right, so D3 is off, D4 is off, D5 is off. D6, discussion possible action 2026 pool fee schedule. Dane's, our pool manager, his memo is in the packet. there's a motion to approve the fee schedule as presented. I know Gloria weighed in with a lot of detail. All the board members received that. I thought that was really helpful analysis for me as I thought about this issue. Brian, anything else you wanted to add? Your conversations with Dean, or?
I don't think there's anything additional from what's in there right now that needs to be further clarified.
Or Kate, did you want to speak to it all in terms of the pool, or?
So, we had a healthy discussion on the pool committee about this. We actually sent this back to Dane to review, and did not approve it at the November meeting, but did approve it to bring to the board tonight. Our conversation on the pool committee really did center around a lot of, we didn't have Gloria's analysis at the time, but it was a similar sentiment, being very sensitive to some of these rate increases. We did chop off a pretty significant increase on the swim, dive, and water ballet prices. So those were, that was a lengthy discussion we had. And overall, I think we characterize a little bit of what Dane is looking at is the expenditures to run a lot of those programs, i.e. staff time, coaching, et cetera, outweigh what we bring in when you just isolate the swim, dive, and water ballet. Any revenue brought in just from those does not meet what it actually takes to run those from an operational perspective. So his goal here was to raise these prices to be a little bit more in line so that those programs and teams in isolation, take care of, they fully fund themselves. He also did, we asked him, and in the November meeting, he did provide it later, to do a comparison with other pools of what are those swim, dive, and water ballet, or mostly swim and dive team rates, how do they compare to some of our, competition? And so we definitely were, in the, lower third, like the more affordable third. So there was room to increase those. So that's generally what our kind of conversation swirled around. Overall, we are going to bring in revenue next year from the pool, which is great. He's broken that out. I don't know if it's in this chart exactly, but he has broken out, what revenue come in. And the last thing I would say on this is he is basing it off of a plan that our previous administrator had. And I think for next year's pool rates, given Gloria's good analysis on this, I do think we should just check that plan. I don't know why, what was set in motion 2 or 3 years ago exactly, or what she was trying to benchmark against. And so I think we may want to relook at that and make sure that, the rates we set for the future are in line, especially if we are going to do some significant renovations in the building. I think that should play into what we charge in the future. But overall, I would say the pool committee, we had a really good discussion and, wanted to bring these to approval for tonight.
Mark?
Yeah, the only other thing I'll add on that is that when we do, I won't even say if, but when we do a major renovation or replacement of the community center, the pool building, it's going to involve obviously significant borrowing. And in the past, when we borrow on behalf of the pool, it's general obligation debt. The village is responsible for it, but we assign essentially that debt to the pool fund. And the pool fund is expected to pay both the principal and the interest on the debt service on that borrowing. Well, if you're talking about $3 million or $5 million borrowed to do a major renovation or to do a replacement of the building, there's no way the pool fund can pay those amounts. So if the board approves and we go forward with the project, then it would have to be with the expectation that the general fund, the village, would provide support to the pool in ways that it has not done in the recent past, and maybe not since the 1970s when the pool was originally built. And obviously the pool didn't have revenues to cover the cost. So we're just gonna, and that gets into this issue of, membership fees versus resident versus non-resident, right? Because if the pool, if the general fund is extending its credit and it is paying the debt service in order to accomplish the project, then there probably ought to be consideration for that in the rates that residents pay to use the pool. But that's a conversation we haven't had yet, but we will need to have, but it's a little hard to have it in the abstract until we know whether we're talking $3 million, $4 million, $5 million. But clearly, as we get closer to figuring out what the project is, what the cost of the project is, it clearly will have implications for what the cost of the programs are, what we will charge for those programs for residents as well as non-residents. So,
John?
Is there a need to approve them or finalize them at this board meeting? And I'm not saying that to delay it. I think Gloria's point was just that the percentage rate increases for residents is going at a faster rate than it is for non-residents. Is it something that you guys will want to go back to or you don't? And one other thing is I was thinking like, would you either this year or next year, think about like an early bird special? Because I always buy my ski passes the year before and you get $50 off, but then like they're holding on to so much money and that money's getting interest and you're kind of locked out. So if you're not going to use it, you bought it anyways. So just like, 2 or 3 opportunities for early bird specials. You buy your pass the year before, by October, and then you got to get the higher prices.
I guess with respect to the question of urgency, the concern is that people shop for pools and decide what pools they're going to join very early in the year, beginning in January and February. And we would normally, Dane would be reaching out to the membership and as well to the seasonal staff to try to do the hiring, to do the recruitment, and to hopefully encourage members to sign up. So it's difficult to do that unless they know what the program costs. So I think that's the sense of urgency, the reason why we'd like to set the schedule now so that Dane can begin that process in January as he usually does.
Other thoughts? We don't have a lifetime membership, do we? Or something, like we do a capital campaign going forward. It would be great to get.
I think all options will be on the table for how we finance a major project like this. It clearly would involve some debt financing. It may involve probably will involve some village support. It may well involve donations, grants. I mean, it's all on the table. It's a heavy lift. And so I think we would look at all possible sources of financing, of capital raising in order to accomplish this.
76% of the members are non-residents.
Yeah, not that ballpark. So, yeah.
All right. Other thoughts? We've got a motion here. You're ready to move forward?
Motion needs to read as amended instead of presented, change to the. If we had brought that forward at the budget.
Sorry, Brian lost me there.
The motion and the agenda notes is to approve as presented, and it should be amended since it was presented once previously.
But what was in the board packet, I mean, the pool committee made revisions to what Dane presented. And those revisions were included in the packet. So I'm not sure what's the amendment.
I think Dane.
Sorry for the confusion on that. This is Dane. I only meant as amended if a change was made at this meeting. Otherwise it would just be what's reflected in the current fee schedule in the packet.
Okay, thank you, Dane.
So is the motion then
It's the same then. For right now, we're not changing.
Okay. I will go ahead and make that motion to approve the fee schedule and rates as presented in the packet.
Second.
Thank you, Kate. Further discussion? Ready to vote? All those in favor, please say aye, raise your hand. Okay, that is approved. All right, item 7D. 2. Discussion, Kate, on the committee appointment process. Do you want to kick this off?
Sure. So I think even as evidence tonight, we need to discuss the process of how people are appointed to committees. And so obviously there's a memo in your packet. I'm going to call out a few things and see if there's any questions on that. But the intention for tonight is this is just for discussion. I wanted to get a sense check from the board on some of these proposed ideas and looking at this as really a test process as we go forward, getting into the spring and as we get into the election season. This is going to be, we already have positions that are vacant in some of these committees, so we do need to move swiftly here. But before I got too deep into this process, I wanted to really understand from the board, where are you guys at with some of these improvements? So I think just to back up for a second, I think there's two different things going on. There's the issues with the actual process, right? So we've heard on this board, I think, different people had different philosophies on how does one even apply, right? Do they apply to a specific trustee? Do they apply through the website? Who manages that process? Is it a first come, first serve, right? These are things that we've discussed as a board. And so I think we need to be crystal clear on what that, process looks like and how do we make sure that that process aligns with our values of, diversity in the village, inclusion, and making sure that we're, opening up the ability to participate in our government here in the best way possible. So with that in mind, I've partnered with trustees on the board and other residents who really are passionate and care about this and have waited, and that all of that has been bubbled up into this memo that's a page and a half in the packet. So I just wanted to, again, remind people this is just a discussion. The proposal eventually would be for a new trial process. I think we need to just kind of run some water through the pipes and see if it works and see if we can make some improvements. So there are two kind of buckets of updates that I wanted to go over. One is on process, and then one is on the actual way that people are suggested to be appointed to these committees. And so on the process piece, a couple things I wanted to call out, ideas that I would like to put forward to the board. So number one on the process piece is that in a given meeting, all trustees would be given the full undoctored application from anyone who has applied to be on a committee and who is up for appointment. So we'd be able to see actually their application. It would be in our board packet. At a specific board meeting, someone who is being asked to be appointed to a committee would be given an opportunity to speak to the board directly, a few minutes. It would be optional, but if they could come virtually or in person and weigh in and vocally tell us why do they want to be on a certain committee or committees. There could even be Q&A if we wanted, or it could just be a statement. So again, all up for discussion. Incumbents, so people who are going to be continuing to serve on a committee. One suggestion could be that current committee members actually have to put in writing why they want to continue to serve on that committee, maybe what they're most proud of, some accomplishment, something like that, so that we're making sure that people who have been on committees for, really extended periods of time are kind of re-upping that commitment as any new, member would. Committee composition. So I know recently this is a big one that has been discussed at the board level. But obviously there are some statutory requirements for certain committees, right? I know like on the pool committee, we want to have, I believe it's at least 2 people that are non-resident serve. So in addition to some of that, some ideas could be, should we strive for gender equity on committees? So we don't want, for example, an all-male committee or an all-female committee. Of course, we always want to strive for racial and ethnic diversity. Folks have discussed geographic diversity within the village, really making sure we have representation from renters, from owners, from people on different sides of the community, because there could be, various issues, especially with some of like, parks or, facilities, services, etc. Another thought could be each committee should strive to have one new resident. So making sure, and I define that as someone who's lived in the village for less than 5 years. This might be hard to achieve, but making sure that we're seeing committees as potentially one of the first places that, a resident could put their foot on the conveyor belt to bring them into the democratic system we have here. And so by bringing in new residents onto these committees, it brings new perspective and, you know, would aid in that diversity, I think, and inclusion. Standing committees at large, one suggestion would also be to limit the number of individuals who serve on multiple committees. So again, what that is getting at is, you know, we should really see this as a recruitment tool to bring in new perspectives, to build a good pipeline for future trustees and presidents, I think. And so, you know, if one person is serving on 3 different committees, they do have an outsized influence on things. So why not try to break that up and bring in new people who have different perspectives? And then the final thing here on process is some kind of conflict of interest. I do think this has come up many times, even at the board level. This would be a new, something new that the village staff would have to prepare. But I know specifically it was, you know, some of our, you know, ZBA board or some of these more governing bodies. This might be extremely relevant to make sure that there isn't any conflict of interest that someone serving that committee might have personally or professionally. So those are just some ideas on how we might be able to update the actual process of you know, committee appointees. The other thing I wanted to just chat through, and this is really, I'd love to know thoughts on any of those. If you think some of them are totally not doable, if you have a lot of heart for some of them, that would be really good to know. The other big piece of feedback that I wanted to gauge from the board tonight is actually the mechanism of how names are actually given to the board for approval. So right now, in chapter 2 of our village ordinances, this is all done by presidential, you know, appointment. So the president of the village would put forth the names, we vote yay or nay, essentially. So I wanted to put out there a couple other options. So option 1, instead of the president doing that, we could have something like rank choice voting, where as trustees, all of us have an equal vote. We get the information of who has applied to certain committees when there are vacancies. We individually rank our 1, 2, 3 choices and so on. And the, you know, people that with the highest ranking would obviously get the appointment. We want to make sure that, for example, for some reason, a board or a committee ended up with an all-male, you know, board or something like that, we would want to relook at that and make sure that, however, the mix of people chosen are kind of in line with the previous sort of things that I just outlined. So that's process 1. So we could move with pilot a ranked choice voting way to go about it. Option 2 could be chair recommended. So the chair of any given committee could put forth to the board, hey, I have a vacancy. I would like, you know, X person to fill that. Here's their full application. This person is given, you know, the opportunity to speak to the board, etc. So again, in line with some of the things that I just walked through. Or finally, third would be to still, you know, stick with the village president appointment, but be inclusive of the kind of new process that I just outlined. So the president would still, you know, suggest who should be appointed to committees, but the board is given, you know, full applications, you know, etc. We would be able to, you know, speak to the applicant and things of that nature. So there's kind of 2 things here at play. So there's like the actual process, and then there's how that appointment actually happens. So would really love to know any thoughts that you guys have. Obviously, if we change, you know, the village ordinance, and we want to go forward with that path, I would work then with others on, you know, actually how we want to word that. And we'd have to vote on that at a future meeting, obviously. Dietmar, is there anything that you would want to add? I know.
No, I mean, you've done a splendid job explaining that memo, and certainly anyone listening in. I think the only other item that I want to point out that didn't hit your commentary here is with the full application, what is becoming really evident, there's a second document that needs to accompany that, and that's really have an understanding of folks that applied, when their application was received and the timing thereof. That seems to be just where we continue to stub our toe on this whole thing. You know, perfect illustration tonight. You know, application sent in, not sent in. Where is it recorded? Just this crystal clear messaging. There's an intake box right here. That's where people get put on, and that's how it's registered. So what Kate and I had worked on, certainly she did all of the memo. I'm just gonna say that flat out here. But we also decided to include, what I received back in September, when the ZBA appointments were up for conversation and topic, is that intake sheet and sort of the historical information that was there. And certainly also to point out that there are people that supposedly applied but were never taken in, and the timing thereof is really, really crucial and critical. So that's, I think, my part of just summing things up. If we do want to trial this, if there's consensus by the board and the body, as I shared with Kate, I'm particularly fond of, and I know no system is perfect in any of this, but I'm fond of the ranked choice voting, just because it gives a weight for different considerations that people have across diversity of different views of folks. So I think we tried that for a trustee appointment once.
Yep.
Yeah, we did.
And I think it's a fair process. Anyway, those are my comments, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Other reactions, Bob?
Well, I think that there should be a formal application process, and it should go through the staff.
Yeah.
And, it's great, somebody expresses an interest, sends me an email, but like in the case tonight, I somehow missed it. So I don't think that should be relied upon. Plus, we don't know if the person has good intentions, but maybe for whatever reason they can't qualify. I don't know if there are reasons that you can't be on a committee, but maybe there are. So I think it should be a formal application process, and then somehow those applicants are shared with the committee. And then it's not clear to me how the committee chair gets involved in this, because I think that the committee chair has a unique perspective, with their committee, and, what kind of person they're looking for, like in Public Works. Well, maybe we've got 4 people that are interested in bicycles, bicycle paths, but we'd really like somebody that knows more about traffic enforcement or is concerned about that. How does that get reflected if you have these 4 applicants and then they're just put up before the board? And how are we supposed to know that relative expertise of those people? In the personnel committee, you may need somebody that has a particular perspective on things. How is the board going to vote on that and know that that is really what's needed? So I think we need some mechanism. And I think in the past, when John has made these choices, like he called me and, hey, you got this vacancy, and, so-and-so has applied, what do you think? And, we provide our input. There has to be some way to be able to do that, in my opinion. I'm not sure quite how it is under your structure, but I think we need to think about it.
Okay. Other reactions?
Yeah.
Carol?
Yeah, we looked at this a few years ago, and we did institute the sign up sheet, and it lived with David. And I have no idea where it lives now. I think maybe that's part of the difficulty is having a place where everybody can go to remind themselves, how am I supposed to do this again? Where does this spreadsheet live? If it could be on the website, or it could be, I don't know, just some place where we can remind ourselves, because the way that it happens usually is, April comes and it's time for the appointments, and I have to look around for the sheet and have to talk to my committee people and say, please get your renewal in. So the pieces are all there, but it would be great to have standard operating procedure posted somewhere to say, do this, do this, do this, do this. And then we would avoid some of these some of these problems. I think that, and I see the usefulness of having an application where people indicate their interest. And I also see how it would be great to have people talk at board meetings about why they want to join. I think though that in some cases, this is going to have a chilling effect. You know, people just, not everybody likes to talk in front of the board. So, and I can think of some of my committee members who might not be in the committee if they had to do that. So I guess we got to think about that carefully. I think also there's a potential to give credence to people with degrees or professional experience where maybe that is not necessarily the best thing for the committee. So I don't want to keep poking holes here, but I think that these are things we'll have to consider. The things that we would like to have: gender equity, ethnic and racial diversity, etc. And then also with how long people have been waiting, that's going to be a tough one to get. I mean, we're just going to have to do our best, but it's never going to be perfect, especially when you have trouble getting committees filled at all.
Or getting quorum.
Yeah. So I guess when we finalize the policy, it would be good to keep in mind what must be done, what would we like to do if possible. But all those things being said, this is a great summary. And clearly we need to do it better. So it's time to revisit.
I guess I would also say that a policy to apply is great, but we also have to have a set of expectations for the people that are applying. I know everybody has good intention, but I've had experience that people don't show up. Contact them, write them light letter, or, are you going to be involved? Are you going to do it? And it's hard to get quorums. I've had to cancel meetings because I couldn't get people to show up. So I think that we have to have a polite but clear policy on either attendance or something. That may already be there in some cases, I don't know, but I think let's look at that part of it too, because everybody has good intentions, but everybody's busy and they may be unrealistic about the time that they can really put in. And we have to be able to deal with that if we're going to run these.
Shabnam and then Mark.
No, oh, well, I was gonna say, do you have any comments?
I'm gonna, I'll
was
speak
gonna wait.
after I hear everyone. So Mark?
So, I think a lot of stuff I agree with. Thing I would add is that we are looking for people with broad interest in what goes on in the committee and not single issue committee members. That's something to be avoided. So somebody wants to join Public Works because they really believe in sidewalks and they're not interested in the rest of the working of the committee. They just want to make sure that sidewalks get put in. I think it's great that they are interested in sidewalks. I'm not to discourage that at all, but they have to show a broader interest to participate in the committee. I think one thing residents don't appreciate is that very few of the committee meetings that I've ever chaired, you actually have residents come and attend those meetings. They're not members. They're just like residents here who come and attend a board meeting. And I would encourage residents, just because you can't be a member of the committee doesn't mean you don't have a say, that you don't have any influence. And you have an opinion and you should be able to express it and come to the meetings. I mean, all these meetings have posted agendas. So I'm just kind of asking residents is when they think about, well, I think I want to join this committee or I want to join that, to think about the time commitments, as Bob referred to, their broad interest in the workings of the committee and not just a single issue, because there are other ways to accommodate their concerns other than actually being a member of the committee. The other thing I want to say is that, one of the things we might want to think about as part of this process, if we're doing a thorough scrub of committees, is the appointment of committee chairs, which is just like committee members. It's the same process, right? The president appoints, right? And then the board either approves or it disapproves, right? But there are many of the things that were discussed here in terms of the appointment process could be different for chairs, just like they are for members. So I'm not expressing a view one way or the other. I'm just throwing that out. I'm done.
Thanks, Mark. Shabna?
Okay, couple of points. One, I would add age diversity to the list. I think, so there's two issues. The application process and what the board gets to see to make a determination on whether to appoint or not, or does not have to be in an ordinance. We have an application now. We can have a policy that the information of all the candidates is provided in the board packet, and you do not need any ordinance change for that. But I think that if we were to change whether the president nominates or the board nominates and have that ranked choice voting, you do need an ordinance change for that. And you can have that ordinance change if we wanted it. And for the issues that people have addressed, like Bob said, you're looking for a certain person. I think you could advocate for that during the discussion. There's ways to meet those things. The other thing is the plan commission, I think by statute requires people who are qualified for plan commission. So you might need to have a different added criteria for plan commission. I think the ZBA should have an additional criteria because it's such a specific skill set with such consequence. So I would add one or two things for those two. And I would make one other change. And that is our ordinances right now require that committee members start their term that April after the presidential election. And I think you should change it so that it's June, because the president is running to be president and has to pick candidates, unless we were to not do that at the same time. And we have to do this unless we just have a different process. So it's just bizarre that you could have 3 trustees, you don't know who's running, but at that same meeting that the trustees are starting their term is when the committee terms start at the same time. So just push those out a month or 2 and have committee terms start in June. And I think those are all my comments. I will say the plan commission is supposed to have 2 trustees and right now it has 3. You shouldn't be doing that.
I had a discussion with somebody the other day about committees and that. I'm wondering if we couldn't schedule our committees a little more efficiently. And there was some discussion about, perhaps the village for access for residents, we could have one night, the village hall would be open later, for example. The hours would be rather than 8 to 5, it might be 10 to 7 or something like that. Well, if we had committees that met during those days or a day or 2 a week that might be later, then your people are working within their shifts, so to speak. And I think it'd be good to revisit all the committees and when they meet and whether or not we can do it more strategically. For example, Public Works meets on Tuesday at second Tuesday from 5:30 to 7. Well, Plan Commission's right after it. And so I'm constantly trying to, behind the 8 ball, trying to get through stuff because everybody has to, some people have to leave for Plan Commission, including Brian Berquist. And so, I'm wondering in this whole exercise, if it might be worthwhile to look at that, because I think there could be some efficiencies gained in looking at the schedule of our committees and, what days they are and try to lower the impact on staff. And maybe that whole thing needs to be looked at too, as far as minutes in some of these committees. And the process of Zoom and some of the rest. Because that is a big burden on our staff.
Any other thoughts, reactions?
So our folks, so while I continue to work on this, are we interested in an ordinance change?
I would say first policy and if required, ordinance. I think there ought to be a written policy.
Okay.
And Kate, my reaction is this is really helpful. I mean, I depend on committee chairs as much as anything in terms of the mix. So I think what you've laid out here is really good. It's really productive. I would add, when you talk about folks that have been here less than 5 years, I think also having folks that have real institutional memory, that's the balancing act. Because I think we're blessed with that. I think the conflict of interest, I think that's an important point. Carol raised the time issue. I mean, there's an election the first Tuesday of April. And then the special meeting where everyone gets positioned is 2 weeks later. But really, you have to have all the names, everything teed up a week after the election. You've got till like Tuesday or Wednesday before you have to make. And so we're going to be filling, I think there's I looked at the numbers real quick. It's like 15 or 16 people are up this next round. So I would be looking to the committee chairs, Bob, your point, who's showing up, who's engaged, what your mix is, what your need is, with these committees.
And how do I articulate that? And who do I articulate that to?
Yeah, and have conversations with your committee members. Who wants to continue on? Who wants to leave early? I mean, that all goes into the hopper for consideration and putting together, a roster. So that's the only thing I would say about that. There's something else. Yeah, that's okay. But I thought this was really helpful in terms of process updates. Oh, just the formal, Dietmar made the point, the formal process of how it comes into the village, how it's tabulated. I mean, that's absolutely key, because if you're relying on us group of volunteers, sometimes we're on top of it and sometimes we're not. And so that whole process has got to be nailed down. Carol?
So, to avoid reinventing the wheel, I mean, we did write a policy. It's always hard to tell where those live. I don't know where I just have to say, I don't know where all the village policies live. And it's not obvious on the website. So is there a way to get a hold of that?
I'll look for that.
Yeah.
I'll find it. I'll distribute it out to everybody.
Awesome. I mean, I know where the application process is, but if there's something beyond that, I haven't seen it.
Having to do with the incumbents getting re-upped and reapply. And so I think there was more than just the spreadsheet to apply. Yeah.
In the interest of time, because it's getting 10 and I think we have guests who might need to leave, can we wrap it up?
Sure.
So we're not going to do an ordinance change now, but can we authorize that there's going to be a policy change coming forward?
This was mostly feedback. I wanted
Okay.
to kind of gauge where people were at, but
Yeah.
Seems to me we ought to find that
Yeah.
existing policy, review
Yeah.
that,
So
so
Brian will do
we're
that.
not replowing ground again,
yeah.
and amend that however we feel we should
Yeah.
do to move forward. I don't want to throw a monkey wrench in here, but are we are we determined that trustees need to run every committee? Is that, I know that in some, by statute, we have to. Is that something that should be up for discussion or not up for discussion? I just throw it out there because I'm wondering if that would, more people would get engaged.
As
Maybe not.
as a follow-up to that, in chapter 2, it says, except as provided otherwise below, each committee shall consist of 1 trustee and 6 citizen members. As far as I know, most of our committees right now have at least 2 trustees. So I think as part of the same kind of thing, a lot of the burden of running these committees also falls to trustees.
Right.
And it's the same people doing this, you know, similar kind of influence. So I don't know where we went off, or that was a question I kind of had for you, John, is why do we have more than 1 trustee sitting on many committees? You know, where did that happen? And, you know, that would free up a lot of additional space for trustees to focus on this, you know, committees that they actually chair. So, and I think an additional question is, does a trustee always need to chair every committee? So.
I don't have a straight answer for you, Kate. Part of it might have been we were having trouble getting folks to fill committees. That might have been part of it at that time.
Okay.
And so that's the balancing act.
Maybe part of this policy is what the chair of the committee needs to do beyond running the meeting, kind of documentation, for example, if we are or are not going to have staff in there, you know, taking minutes, are we going to have a standard form for that? Or, you know, I think that there are some things that could standardize the different committees. So we're getting consistent information, and it's all part of the transparency, and it's filed somewhere that can be accessible.
Mark? Yeah. Or following up on that, I think the other important thing that the chairs are doing on those committees is making sure the committees and the board are in sync. That the committee isn't examining issues that the board has no interest in, that the board isn't going to support. And to make sure that things that the board wants the committee to address, that the committee does in fact address. So I don't know that they necessarily need to run the meeting, but they really need to run the agenda to make sure that the committee members don't get frustrated because they want to do one thing and then the committee chair is telling but the board has no interest in that, and then they get frustrated. It's like, but we want to do something, and it's like, well, then I'll go back to the board and talk to them and see if they're interested. Otherwise, we're just wasting our time and you're just going to get frustrated. So there is a critical role, I think, for the trustee in these committees, whether they actually run the meeting or not.
I think I'll echo what Shabnam said. Let's get to the end of this one and move on.
Yeah, I got it.
Is that what you needed?
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Okay.
Can I?
Yep.
Can we go to the closed session and then just do the YouTube afterwards? Just out of respect.
Is that, do we have consensus on that?
It will be 2 seconds, but I'm happy to do.
YouTube will go 2 seconds, or does that change your proposal, or?
Okay.
Unless we have strong feelings on YouTube.
We'll do it. I was just gonna say we do it later. That's all.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, so we're gonna go for consideration of the closed session. There's no appointments. All right, so I need to read this for starters, and then there's,
Hang on.
go ahead, Carol.
8A, what about 8A?
Oh, discussion.
We'll just do it after.
That as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So we're
Thanks,
not
Carol.
going to talk about YouTube now.
We'll just
We're
do it.
tabling that.
Yes. No, for later tonight, after, we're just doing the order a little
We're
different.
postponing 7, 8, and 8A.
After the closed session.
Okay. All right. Closed session, please take note that the board may meet in closed session pursuant to section 1985 1F, considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems, or the investigation of charges against specific persons, except where paragraph B applies, which, if discussed in public, would be likely to have a substantial adverse effect upon the reputation of any person referred to in such histories or data or involved in such problems or investigations. And then, Chrissy, do you want to do a roll call on this?
Needs to be a motion.
Or a motion? Thank you. Thank you. Bill, is there a motion to go into closed session?
I'm not gonna make a motion, but I'm gonna say something. I think we need to understand, are we going into closed session?
Doing here. Who can't hear you, Caitlin?
No problem, Marilyn. I said, I think we need to have a conversation if this body wants to go into closed session or not. And certainly one of those ways to do it is to have a motion on the table, get it seconded, and then simply vote on it. But I'm wondering if there are folks and members of this body that want to ask more questions to understand really what we're going into closed session for and about, and what, without talking about it, really understand this whole process. So anyway, that's it.
No, that's helpful, Dietmar. So, discussion?
I have a question, who proposed this? How this came to be on the schedule? Yeah.
And Bob, I'm sorry, we just can't hear you.
I have a question. Who put this on the schedule? I guess on the agenda.
I didn't set the agenda.
Brian did,
It was
okay.
probably,
It was me.
okay. I mean, I can, Brian and I discussed it.
Okay.
It was, in part, it was his decision, obviously, but I divided it.
Okay.
I can tell you, given the fact that we are still in open session, I'm going to be somewhat circumspect, but the allegations, if true, and admittedly they're in dispute, if true, would raise issues of claims of a hostile work environment. I anticipated.
Bullshit.
Marilyn, you're out of order.
I am out of order, but I am saying.
Okay. You said-
Jesus.
Yeah, thank you.
Christ.
But yeah, let's respect the village attorneys.
Bullshit.
I anticipated the board may have questions about such a claim if it were raised. The potential defenses, the strengths and weaknesses of such a claim. For obvious reasons, we would not want to discuss those in session. Secondly, the allegations, again, if true, could impugn the reputation of parties involved. One person that is alleged to have acted in a certain way, but also the other individuals, if the person that was alleged to have acted in that way denied it, that's effectively saying that the other people are not being truthful about it. So for those reasons, that is the exact purpose why subsection F exists, to permit closed session. So you can discuss these things. Given the fact they're in dispute, there's been no investigation or proof of any of this stuff, and you would be discussing unproven allegations against them. But those were at least my reasons why I suggested to Brian that this be put on the agenda for closed session.
Thank you, Bill.
I have a problem though. I have a question. I did not read, I'm going to try to speak in code. I did not read about stories of staff and how it's not about the staff, it's about one person. So I think I don't read a story of I work here and the trustees are all mad at me and the residents are screaming at me and I don't have the right pay or I don't have parking. I don't read a story about hostile work environment in that regard. I just read a story of the same story that I wrote in it with a different language. But so I think it's an issue to phrase it as hostile work environment. And I also take issue with, it says here, take note that board may close meets pursuant to So considering financial, medical, social, or personal histories or disciplinary data of specific persons. Like, we're not considering that information, preliminary consideration of specific personnel problems or the investigation of charges against those people. Those would be staff. That's not me. And where it does go to part B, I give full authority to have this in open session. I don't see the legality of this.
This is not noticed under sub B. So sub B is a disciplinary hearing. In that, you're absolutely right. The subject of the discipline has the right to demand that it be an open session. Sub F is what this is noticed under. The reason it was done that way is because one person involved may have a vote as to whether or not we go into closed session. The other participants do not. And that's why it's under sub F, because those people don't have a vote, and yet they could be potentially impugned by any discussion.
What is the desired outcome of this closed session and the conversation that pertains to that?
The outcome, well, the reason we believed it important to take it to the vote was for two things. First, just to let you know, given the issues of potential issues of work environment, that sort of thing, it's important that the board be advised that the incident occurred. Secondly, given that one of the persons involved is an elected official, the only body that would have any authority to act on that, to the extent any action is merited, and it may not be, this board is the only body that can act on that. Staff cannot. So for those two reasons, myself, and not to speak for Brian, believed it appropriate to take it to this body's act, bring it to your attention. What you do with it is certainly your prerogative, but that's why it's here and on the agenda.
So we are advised, but there's more detail that wants to be discussed pertaining to the specifics of the advised information in this packet. Okay.
Other thoughts, reactions, Carol?
I have to say that given Shabnam's statement that she would be amenable to having this in open session, that I would be as well. With the exception that if it's going to be sort of tried right here and now in the court of public opinion, not everybody has all of the information. And this is quite different than the report that Shabnam already circulated. So people here, the public, are not in possession of all of the same information that we are. So that makes me very hesitant to have an open session right now, right? Because people not working from the same facts.
I was just going to add that the only reason it is confidential at this point is because it is for closed session. If the board determines to do it in open session, all of those documents are subject to open records and the public can see.
Right. So I'm just saying that right now, we don't have everybody in possession. Also, I appreciate what you said about all the other parties involved. And, they're not here to speak for themselves for the most part. But I have to say that I have my impression, I've been part of this as chair of personnel of this process, and I feel like they are wanting something to go forward soon. So they are not hiding in the shadows. That's my impression.
Hey, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I would also, I do not know if Gloria is here, but to my point at the very beginning of this meeting, she has submitted a statement. Our police chief has the statement. None of us have, I haven't seen this statement. She was going to maybe be here to do this, but if she's not here, I don't think that is relevant information to this conversation that we all should have. So that was why I was trying to suggest that we move this to January so that we can all be given that statement and then decide if we even go into closed or open session.
But then we could end up in January and somebody else wants to submit something and we delay it again. I mean,
I think it.
I mean, at what point do you have the information you're gonna have?
Look, here's what I'd say. This incident happened on 11/25. We're now December 16th. There was multiple weeks to get a relevant statement. I don't know why she was not asked. She is named at least twice, maybe 3 times by other people in the materials. So I think it is incomplete what we have in front of us today. This is why I think we should not move on this tonight, and we should put this to January. I don't think it's an endless list of people that are going to give statements, Bob.
I don't know that.
I want to add that this all becomes public records. So nobody is getting saved by this material never being revealed because it will come out in the public. I don't know what we're protecting, facade we're protecting, because it's not real.
Go ahead, Kate, I understand where you're coming from. I think it's important to address some of the substances that are raised in here and understand what the exposure is to this entity and understand next steps. I believe that more next steps will happen as an outcome, but I personally don't want to defer in all this. The next steps could include that such statements should be incorporated, et cetera, but I'd like to get this on its way, not its path. I'll speak for myself here. I'm okay in having this all in open session at this point in time. I think it's more important to me to get this thing moving forward and understand what the exposure is. That's where I stand right.
Carol?
I'm just asking Attorney Cole, if we were to move forward in open session now, how would the contents of this come to light at this time? Of the report, the contents of the closed session packet.
Any trustee can certainly discuss it openly in the meeting to the extent they wanted to. Promptly upon the conclusion of the meeting, any member of the public can request any of those documents would be entitled to.
What we have in our packet is confidential. It is from various staff. Were they of the understanding that this would stay confidential or that this would be open to the public? Because I think that we have to be considerate of them giving statements that could have a negative effect on them if it was made public.
I can't speak to that. Maybe Brian can.
I think the understanding from the staff at this time was that this would be handled in closed session. I think they understand that there is a likelihood at some point when this is resolved that those statements may be made public.
But not initially.
Not this.
I don't understand. You guys vote.
Okay, Mary, I'm sorry. It's here.
Promise
You
now
vote
that
on
they will
closed
be made
session,
in closed
Brian.
session.
If
That
they
doesn't
think
make
that, they're wrong. It's in plain, it's up to this board to decide. Staff gave a statement thinking it was a.
Marilyn,
this is not your forum, Marilyn.
Discussions with the board, you know that.
This is why we should
Somebody
do
has
it
to
in
pay
closed
for it.
session.
No.
So, is there, I was feeling the same way, Kate was about this other thing, which we haven't seen, and I was feeling the same way. So is there some benefit, Bill, for us to reach a consensus on like an independent investigation of this? And not leave it hang out there and not have all this become available, actually have someone independently investigate it?
Well, I mean, to be clear, that, to my knowledge, there is no investigation. The way I understand this happened was the police chief was present when it occurred. As their protocol is, she prepared a report of that. Given that there were reports, one side of the story, I thought it important that the other people and the other person involved be at least be given the opportunity to provide their side of the story. And that's why the police chief contacted that person, just to give them the ability to say their piece if they wanted to. But to my knowledge, there is no investigation. There's no insinuation of criminal activity or anything like that. It is merely that there were statements taken of the people involved so that it was documented and then delivered to this body to do with it as you wish.
Which is exactly, maybe to follow up on Dietmar's question a few minutes ago. I do not understand what we were actually going to be discussing in open or in closed. I am advised of the incident. Got it. I do not know what is the next step. Like, I understand this happened. It's unfortunate that it happened. I feel for everybody involved. I wish it didn't happen. That's what I would say that in open or close. I honestly, are we going to shame someone and close? Like, I do not get what we're trying to talk about, honestly. So, it's unfortunate. I would like to have a broader conversation about, staff morale and Brian, and come up with a real plan to address that. That's what I'm interested in discussing. So I don't know what we would actually discuss in closed or open, honestly, everyone. Like, we got the packet, we read it. I would prefer to move on. So.
My view is I think we do need to talk about this. And I do think we need to talk about it tonight. Whether we take any action, that's a totally different issue. And what that action would be, I have no idea yet. We haven't engaged, really in conversation with council and amongst ourselves. But I don't think we can turn a blind eye to this. We have to talk about it. And I don't think that all people that were impacted by this should be waiting over the holidays, waiting into next year to know where this is going. Bill has basically told us the buck stops here. If anything is going to happen, it's going to be this body. Now, that's not to say this body takes any action, but we're the only recourse that the staff has. So I think we have to listen to it tonight. Now, my only concern about the open versus closed, my major concern was just the staff and whatever assurances or whatever they may have thought when they gave their statements, if they felt there was some confidentiality associated with it, even if only temporary. And so I would be uncomfortable going open, not because I think this issue won't all become open at some point. It will. It's just a timing issue. But the timing may be important to the staff, and I respect that. So that's my concern about, I think we need to do it tonight, and I'm leaning towards doing it closed because I think the staff deserves that, even though it's quite likely that it'll all come out at some point in time. That's kind of where I'm at.
Thanks, Mark. John, did you want to?
I think the residents made a ton of comments during public comments. If you do this in closed session, there's going to be problems. Serious problems. Done enough closed session meetings. The staff know it's public, it's going to be made public. You're going to piss off a lot of people. There's nothing to hide. Let the truth speak. I'm the one who should want this in closed session. I have nothing to hide.
Carol?
Yeah, I see the difficulty of balancing for the other staff, keeping in closed session versus having an open session. I'll just reiterate, on balance, I think the feeling is that they want this out and done. And also, I would just point out, that it's illegal for anyone to retaliate to somebody filing a complaint like this. So hopefully staff can take comfort in the fact that that it's illegal to retaliate.
I think we have reached the point to vote on this, whether or not this body wants to go into closed session or not. So as such, I'm gonna put forward the motion to, I guess what is the motion?
No motion.
Well, you still have to vote on it. I'm gonna make a motion to go into closed session.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, and let's vote on it. And Chrissy, I apologize. Thinking Julie sits over there. Can you call the roll, please?
All right, Carol Barford,
No.
Mark Basur,
No.
Bob Folk,
Yes.
Mark Letter,
No.
Shabnam Mutfi,
No.
Kate Bolsvik,
No.
and John Hines.
No.
Okay, so who leads the conversation? Bill Cole? Attorney Bill Cole?
I'd be happy to the extent I can.
Okay.
My understanding is you have the, reports that the chief took from the employees involved. I believe the trustee has submitted a statement as well. Honestly, this is you can read it. There is a dispute as to the facts. I think this is not a trial. There's no need to establish guilt, innocence, or anything else. This is at its core, an employment issue. And you need to decide if any action is warranted. And if you were to conclude that action was warranted, what that would be appropriate. There is very limited action you could take. The trustee is an elected official that is in place by the power of the voters. The only authority this board really has is censure, which is not legally nothing more than a reprimand. So given that, that's sort of all there really is for this board. You could say, as Kate suggests, thank you for the information. We took it to heart and we take no action. Move on with life. You could ask staff to get any more information you may want. Interview witnesses, interview other witnesses, whatever you think may be appropriate. You could ask to hear the trustees' side of the story verbally from them. To the extent there are employees in the room right now and they wish to speak, you can certainly ask them questions or ask them if they want to discuss anything. And then after all of that, decide if you want to take action. I don't even think you need to, I mean, I suppose if you decide to take action, you'd have to render a conclusion as to what occurred. But if you elect not to take any action, there really does not have to be any conclusion by this body as to what truly happened, whose side of the story is correct and whose side is not correct.
Thank you for that information. Do folks have questions?
Procedure, the agenda doesn't talk about.
Marilyn, could I please address the board? Thank you.
Carol, did you want to speak to the personnel committee process with respect to this?
There isn't much about complaints in the current manual. So the only thing, that we found is that in the event of, I'm trying to find the word, not a behavior complaint or performance, conduct complaint, that the president would be notified and the chair of personnel, and that we would help the administrator to deal with. So, so there's not a lot to go on. And especially, we're basically using anything relevant we can find, and I just handed out something from the Wisconsin Human Resources Handbook. Anything relevant we can find, like as Shabnam noted, the closed session notice. It's all about employees. There isn't much out there about elected officials. What do we do with the elected officials? So we're trying our best to use some reasonable frameworks to figure out if this is acceptable, not acceptable, and if not acceptable, what do you do about it? So that's my mental model. And I think in there has to be that as an elected official, the onus on you is to behave in an exemplary fashion, not just in an acceptable for employees fashion. You're supposed to be bettering the village, operating in best interest of the village. Our behavior should be exemplary.
Other thoughts, comments, questions for Bill?
I guess I'm just gonna say I'm deeply troubled by all of this information, and I don't think there are any good outcomes in any of this. I think we all expect better of one another and how we behave and how we interact with folks. I have zero interest, and I'm gonna draw a parallel here. John, when Carol and I called special meeting to talk about asking you to resign, I made the statement early on, I've got zero interest in the witch hunt. Similarly, I have zero interest in the witch hunt here. I am just deeply concerned with the interaction that could happen between individuals and adults as it is described in here. Again, this is by some ways conjecture. I wasn't there. I have no idea. These are just the facts as they are presented. And then Shabnam, you had presented your case as well. What do we do as a body with this? There seems to be a pattern. Some may think this is a good pattern. Some may think this is just a terrible pattern. Some people are agnostic to it. Vitriol is real. I guess that's all I can say to this. And I am shell-shocked, and I have got nothing to add right now, nor do I even could even think about a path moving forward. So this may need to sit with me until the next board meeting, and I'm acknowledging receipt of this information, and that's it. So.
Other reactions, thoughts? Well, I'm very troubled by this, especially when I read that our staff is now afraid to have Shabnam in the room. They feel like they have to call the police because of this. And to me, that does not speak well of a trustee behaving in this manner, that the staff ends up feeling like this. And I don't care what your issue is. You should be able to, or your agreement or disagreement, you should treat people professional. And you talk about this all the time. respecting people, and I don't think you respected these people. And I think you were, from what I've read here, you were very rude, demanding, pounding your fists, yelling and screaming, to the point people were in tears. And that is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. That's all I have to say. Sure.
I just feel I have to point out a few of the differences between the Shabnam statement and the other, I believe, 5 statements that we have so far. Just so that the folks here can have an idea of what we're talking about. And you know, this is kind of what I was afraid of in open session. This is not an organized, well plotted out statement. But otherwise, we're just kind of grasping at nothing here. So one thing I will point out, the length of this incident, 2 hours. 2 hours, Shabnam was in the back part of the office area. I believe in your report, it implies 1 hour. So that's one thing. Yelling and shouting. I mean, people out in the lobby could hear, people were worried. What's going on? What's going on back there? Okay, so yelling and shouting for 2 hours. Threatening this is according to 2 or 3 of the reports. Threatening people's job. I'm going to get you fired. Okay, so that amounts to bullying. That's right in the Wisconsin Human Resources Handbook. You can't do that to staff. Calling them a liar, right? Saying, you're not telling me the truth. I don't believe you. All right. And then the pounding on the desk, you know, repeatedly. This is, you know, an act of physical, all right? If one of the men here had been back there yelling, threatening, pounding on the desk, the chief would have done more than just come in and try to talk to them. So this was a really upsetting, deeply, deeply upsetting event for all these staff, not only the ones who were the target, but our brand new staff who had no idea what was going on. What on earth is happening back there? And who is this? And what gives her the right to shout and scream? So when I first heard about all that, I just couldn't believe it. But here it is, and it's all in the packet, and everybody's going to see it sooner or later. So that's my précis of the situation.
Thanks for that, Carol. Mark?
Yeah, in addition to all that, I was just very disturbed that an elected official would think that they have more power and more authority to instruct the staff. I don't know how many times we have been advised by the board, by legal counsel, that we as trustees have lots of responsibilities, but we don't direct the staff. That's the administrator's job. We don't go in and tell them what to do and order them what to do. I understand the frustration that's been going on about the open meeting requests and so on. But the proper response would have been going to the administrator, or more importantly, coming to the board and saying, board, I have, you know, as a trustee, I'm allowed to put something on the agenda, to suggest something on the agenda. I want to put the open records request process on the agenda. I want to talk about that. And the board would have talked about that. And the board would have given direction to Brian, our administrator, about what the priorities are. But to just go in there and to make those demands and to use your position as an elected official to give direction, basically to order the staff, that's not the way it works. And you know that. We've all heard it multiple times. So that's So it's not just the manner in which things happened, but it's also the fact that the way things happened. And it's just not the way the process should work. It's not the way the process does work. And I'm very concerned about the staff, you know. We've just gone through filling a couple positions. We just have 2 new employees. And what is it they experience on their near first day of the job? It's this. That's just unacceptable. Now, I don't know what the board can do about it. We will have to talk about that. But I think the board needs to be very clear that if the accounts that we've received are accurate, if the statements, the multiple statements from the staff are accurate, and I have no reason to think they aren't. I mean, we're talking about multiple statements. We're talking about employees, long-serving employees, employees who just came here. If they're accurate, then I just see no response from the board is unacceptable. Okay, I'll stop. It's just so troubled.
Thank you, Mark. Carol?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. And I'm sorry, I neglected one key piece, an important piece I neglected from calling out the differences between the materials in the closed session packet and the message that Shabnam circulated, which is that there were also complaints from Computer Magic, which is our vendor, our IT vendor, because Shabnam called them as well and made demands of files. And at some point in those calls, she also threatened them with losing their jobs. And they wrote back to Brian, very upset. This is not just the usual suspects. It's also a vendor of the village who was contacted by a trustee, which is not what you're supposed to do. We never contact vendors. That's Brian's job. And not only made an inappropriate request, but then threatened multiple of them, more than one, with losing their job. So thought I'd get that out there as well.
Other thoughts, reactions?
John, your reaction?
Yeah, I'm not going to pile on. I think each of
Please
us.
do.
No, I think
Please do.
each of us has, I mean, a couple things. One is this is going to be out there now. So that's it. So people can read it and people can make their own judgments. That's one. Two, it's up to each of us on how we conduct ourselves. And if we go across a certain line, then maybe a sincere apology is in order. So I'll just mention that. And then as a body, I think we have to think about, what is our ethics code, and are there some things that we need to do from a policy standpoint? So the village ethics code, the section establishes ethical standards for all elected and appointed officials, employees, and volunteers of the village of Sherwood Hills in order to ensure public trust, promote integrity in government, and prevent conflicts of interest. Talked about conflicts of interest as part of the committee discussion. It references chapter 19, subchapter 3 of the Wisconsin statutes. And so, we don't, in addition to the standards outlined in those statutes, this draft amendment, this code expands that to include the Board of Trustees Code of Conduct, which shall govern all matters of official business, including but not limited to conflicts of interest, and I won't read the whole thing, conduct at official meetings, treatment of staff, and formally incorporates the civility pledge, which each of us signed. So at the next meeting, I'll introduce this. I hope I'll have support from another trustee so that we could have at least some formal discussions with respect to our conduct as individuals and as a body.
Gloria Beach has joined on Zoom and has her hand up.
And we do want a statement from her,
Discussion.
but she is the person who wasn't able to have a statement. Gloria definitely has to have a chance to talk. She's named repeatedly. Just let her talk.
To me, the discussion is at the board.
It's a
You have to
this
have-
was a board
there's a
discussion.
Fact that's missing though. She's a witness. She's
You can
named.
submit that to the public record.
And I understand, but the board is not taking any action now. or
I know,
At least
but-
I haven't heard the board taking any action. So it's not like we're saying the investigation, the discussion is over.
I think Gloria has a right to speak. And the attorney has said she has a right to talk.
She has a right.
I would like to use my time
board.
to defer to Gloria. Gloria, please use my time.
Just to correct the record, she has no right to speak. I said that she may speak if the board wants to hear from her. There's no right or entitlement.
So I don't have a problem with providing an opportunity for Gloria to speak. Is there broad consensus on this? So it's okay? I'm not hearing it. Absolutely not. Okay. Gloria, welcome.
Thank you. My understanding of open session is that when a trustee chooses to call somebody in the audience to contribute, similar to how Craig Weinhold has been called during open session to contribute, that courtesy is extended.
And it's extended now.
Yeah, after a lot of fighting. So I will say this, is that this thing happened on November 25th. It is December 16th. And I learned this weekend that there was going to be a closed session. And Sunday evening, I received a memorandum from Shabnam. And on Monday morning, I reached out to the police station to speak with Chief Weitzel because I had been there that day. And between November 25th and December 15th, even though this was so important, even though this was so urgent, and even though the staff had to have this taken care of, nobody asked me for a statement. And evidently, my name is in this report. I don't know what people have said about me. I stepped out in the hallway this evening while the board was in session because Julie came down to help Chrissy with the computer to unmute people or to unlock their screens or something. And on her way out, I said, Julie, and she said, come on, come with me. And I said, are we okay out in the hallway? She said, come out here in the stairwell and close the door so we could speak privately and not be on microphone. And we had barely even started speaking. And the chief of police felt that Julie might not be safe with me and came out and stuck her head to make sure that Julie was okay. And so understand, I'm a resident checking with Julie, who I work very well with. But I'm a threat. And a person with a gun came out to make sure that I wasn't hurting somebody and that Julie was safe. Well, I left because I understood that a person with a gun saw me as a threat. And you all are sitting up here and you are scolding Shabnam, and I'll bet you couldn't even wait to do this. Nobody called me to ask me what I thought. Dietmar, Carol, Bob, John, Mark, none of you called. Kate called me. Shabnam called me. None of you called to say, hey, Gloria, what was your perception? And I'll tell you what, I put it on Facebook already. It is on Facebook, on the village website, what I was told by an employee. And I tried so hard in my statement to protect this person because she is new. But this employee is being poisoned. And it was evident to me. And I tried so hard to protect our staff, but this employee described Shabnam to me as not of American descent. That is called implicit bias. And I described this employee in my report as a very nice woman. She seems very gentle to me. I think she can be a wonderful employee. I don't want to trash this employee.
Where was this before?
No, it's now.
It's now? Oh my God.
This is just unacceptable to me. And I remember Erin and Kara asking for diversity training, and it wasn't necessary. This board and this staff desperately needs diversity and inclusion training. I don't know what happened in that office, but I can tell you what, I was in the lobby and I heard nothing. I heard not one sound. I was in the lobby talking with staff pleasantly, and they hate it here. They hate the residents because the residents are awful to them, apparently. And I was trying to convince them that no, we are not all awful. But I left because I understood that I was a threat tonight to Julie. That's how I was perceived. So I just feel like, pack it up. I wrote a pool analysis. I spent good time on it. It was a good analysis. I am on the finance committee and I work hard for this village. And this is how I am treated. Nobody calls me to ask me for a statement. This is so important that we had to wait until Monday the 15th and me calling the police station to say, hey, I'd like to make a statement. And I only sent that statement to the police chief to protect privacy. But oh my God, there's like no curiosity on this board. There's no curiosity at all. Hey, let's talk to the resident who was actually in the lobby. Let's see what she says. Like you just don't want to know the truth. You don't want to hear perspective. And the thing is that I don't know that there is a truth. There's only perspective. And I'm not saying that whoever said what, because I don't know what these people have said. We don't know. I don't know what their perspective is. I only know what my perspective was. But nobody on this dais, you all don't care. I tried calling Carol. I leave phone calls. What do you all want? And then you sit here earlier talking about how you have to have, oh wait, what was it, Bob? It was expectations. We have to have expectations and standards for our committee members. Look at yourselves. Shame on you. Just shame on you. I'll send you my statement, and I doubt any of you will read it. I doubt it.
I'll read it.
Thank
ahead.
you, Gloria. I have not said anything yet, and I would like to have an opportunity to speak too. I want to say a lot of stuff, and it's going to be very deep. I might offend some, I might not offend some, but I'm going to be as raw as I can be. And I first want to start by saying how loved and appreciated I feel as a member of this community by the residents. The fact that you guys have elected me and continue to support me in a very difficult time on the board puts so much love in my heart. I have zero, I just want that to be known. And I'm thankful and grateful for that. I want to tell you more about myself. It's going to be a little story. Sorry, Dietmar, we're going to get through it. I grew up in the US, and when I was a kid going to school, kids said to me, where is the dot on your forehead? Does your dad own a gas station? Do you have a bomb in your book bag? Like I could go on. And I never said anything. And I was a kid. And I just and fast forward to 9/11, and I'm in college. And a student says to me, "You did this. This is your fault." And a wonderful student heard it. And somehow I ended up in the dean's office. And they said, "Do you need protection? Do you feel safe? We heard that there's some things going on." And I still was like, I don't, they know I need protection or not, but they escorted me to my dorm. Fast forward to Shorewood Hills. We were doing I guess we had hired, I didn't think I had hired anyone, but I was trying to get somebody to do landscaping in our backyard. And a bobcat shows up on a Friday afternoon in my driveway. And I didn't know I'd hired this guy. And somebody on my street says, "You're doing landscaping, but you didn't ask my permission. You don't know the laws of this country, do you? You're not from here, are you?" And I went home and I talked to my husband, and my incredible husband is like, just let it go. I suggest let it go. Go apologize. Respect your elders. People come from different parts of the world and different generations. And I was like, all right, you're the better person today. So I went to the person with cookies and I apologized. I apologized for not knowing the laws of this country and not asking permission to do landscaping in my own yard. I'm not convinced. And I should add, that person for 3 years, when they walk out of their house and see me, they run inside. And that's how it is. I'm not convinced that human biases can be addressed in 2-hour workshops. Like, you just can't. It's not a possibility. All I can ever do is put a little bit of a spotlight, a little bit of a light on it. And so I thought I was doing that when I wrote my email that night saying, or asking the next day, like, why was it warranted? What did I do that caused the police to show up? I didn't know the police, I didn't know Jamie was called. I didn't see her running in. I just saw her casually coming in, and I thought it was clever and smart. I was like, she just walked right in so casually. It wasn't, but I was replaying the conversations. I was like, wait a second. She was called in. So I put a little light on it. What caused that to happen? And what ended up happening with that email, I think, is that I have created such chaos by writing that email to say, why was the police called? It has shocked and terrified the board and the staff. Because if you compare the 2 days, day before, Jamie didn't need, she's called, a police is calling. There's something going on, but she doesn't have a body cam. And she walks out, and she walks out telling the staff member, you don't have to arrest people. You can just work things out. And she goes, and that's fine. But Jamie, my experience with her, and the evidence shows, gets stuff done. You write to Amy, she's fast. You want something from her, she responds. And she's a phenomenal communicator. And she's phenomenal at de-escalating. And I think everybody could get lessons from her on that. But after that email, the next day, Jamie didn't write a police report when she walked back to her office. She wrote the police report the next day. Jamie didn't have a body camera on the day before, but the next day when I'm talking to Julie on the phone, it's got to be a recorded phone call. Like, it's recorded. It's a recorded. What crime is happening over the phone that now Jamie has to record it? And then the fact that, like, Officer Bartell is waiting because I was supposed to come to pick up the sticks, the memory sticks, is waiting at the door because they know that Shabnam is coming to pick up the files. Like, were you gonna wrestle me to the ground if I walked in? The biases between the behavior the first day and the next day, because on the next day on the phone call, I was pissed off. I was still upset. I just got off the phone with Computer Magic. But all of a sudden, my tone on that phone call is so calm. The way it's described versus how I'm described the day before as outrageous and landish and whatever. So I bring these up, and what else? And the fact that like this, a staff person and the residents are so agitated that somebody stuffed the surveys for logic, and all of that person gets the reprimand. That's all you get. But if I am like trying to get documents and I'm frustrated, that is a police report, and we got to have a special board meeting. Everybody here tonight proved my points. You proved my point. So I'm actually, and I'm going to tell you what my point is. The point is, I'm fine. I'm an attorney. I'm assertive. I can defend myself. I wanted just a little highlight on that. Why did I do that? Why did I write that email? It's for the person who can't speak. It's for the 5-year-old that I was 40 years ago. It's for the person who lives in Eagle Heights. Like, if you guys are going to treat me like this, what chance does somebody have who lives in Eagle Heights? And the laws right now for immigrants, all you need is a police report to have a visa revoked. That's all it takes. That's it. Like, but the way that the everybody here immediately believed, without a doubt, 2 hours versus 1. Jan says in there that I got there at 10:24. She got a call at 10:24. How is it possible that Julie and I were talking for an hour and a half before Jamie walks in? Whose story is actually more accurate? Because Julie and I did not talk for an hour and a half before somebody called Jamie in. But do you see the biases I'm pointing out? The shouting and yelling could be heard until Gloria says it can't be heard. If she wasn't there, you don't know what the truth is. You believe what you read. It's unacceptable. And you know, like Mark, you said it too. I have no reason to think why these statements aren't accurate. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. So I think you all made my point, and I hope that everybody learns from this. I don't know what else to say. I just want to do like a quick role reversal. Just imagine if Dietmar asked me for the waterfront committee meeting minutes, and I said, I'm offended. How dare you? You have them. You're just trying to defame me. And then Dietmar is like, can I get it through open records? Well, no. Can I get it from somebody else? No response. Goes to Village Hall and says, Julie, can you help me, please? And they call the police on him. Just imagine that. There was a lot of tears in that office, and I'm so glad that happened because I think it's unfair. I'm going to make some other comments. And I mean, okay, I can just keep talking, but I'll just make some other. First of all, I'm going to say the most important comment that I forgot, and that is that how concerned I am about law enforcement being instructed to collect written statements about a discussion between elected officials and village staff. Law enforcement must take its instructions from law enforcement. And when you take instructions from Brian Mooney, it's the same thing as Pam Bondi weaponizing the Department of Justice and taking their orders from Trump. It's the same thing. Law enforcement has to be separate. You guys should not have been talking together. It's weird. She needs to be able to do her job, and she got pulled in to do HR work for the village. It was a bad decision on Brian Mooney's part. But I want to talk about Brian Mooney. Let me say something about Brian Mooney. Brian Mooney, you are calm. You get along with people. You are probably a great boss. I think the staff enjoy working for you. You stand up for them. You bat for them. What else do I have to say about Brian Mooney? Hold on, let me check my notes. And you nudge and you solve problems. But I think when there are like these major big issues, you're trying to get help. You might be calling Bill, or you might be calling John. Bill doesn't know the village that well. And John sees things through a lens that he shouldn't. And I think that for major decisions, you need a support to help you. And I think that this is an example of it. You didn't know what to do. And you didn't have guidance. The fact I would have looked at all these statements and made sure that they're the same before going forward. Nobody did any of that, but you're not supposed to do that because it's the police, it's an incident report. You're mixing up parts of policies that should not be mixed. The police department should not be doing HR. Yeah, sure.
Okay,
Go ahead.
the police department's not doing HR. I collected the statements from everybody and furnished them to Jamie because the police department distributes the confidential packets to the trustees. You said to Jamie that your statement would be ready on Saturday by 6 or 8 p.m. No village staff are in the office from the admin team at 8 p.m. on Saturday to distribute the packet materials. And why I asked Jamie to get your statement to include so it could be distributed timely for this meeting. So I did not delegate HR duties to our police department.
I see. It's just a very weird report. It's a police report, but it's not. There's a crime, but there's not. If there was a crime, I should have been handcuffed.
I was on leave when this entire event transpired.
But if there's a crime and it says loud and damaging, and I'm so horrible as I am, she should have handcuffed me. It's that the story changed the next day.
I shouldn't comment on that, but I have a.
Can I say something? Let me say something. I'm just saying one more thing.
It may have been handled differently based on who was on duty that day.
In the space reports, all we hear about is how the police use the conference room and for private things, and that it's not private. You can stand inside that area and hear everything. You don't have to have, I don't know how loud of an octave you have to hear everything in that area. But so I'm not surprised if the front desk could hear a conversation between me and Julie. And I had that conversation with Julie because I felt comfortable. I would never have that conversation with Chrissy. Julie and I screamed at each other on the phone a week earlier about the CIP process. I would never have. So what I'm saying is that it was a conversation, heated conversation, and it certainly warrants an apology. It certainly warrants an apology. It doesn't warrant criminal conduct. That's the point I was making, is that nobody had to be, if Julie felt unsafe, she would have said leave. She could have called the police.
You're using words repeatedly in your explanation here. I shouted at Julie a week earlier. I had this issue that blew up to this level where our consultants are emailing me on my day off to have an immediate meeting with them because you had multiple phone calls with their staff that were deemed unprofessional, that the president of the company emailed me on my day off. This event happened 2 hours. I just worked 3.5 months straight to get the budget, 4 CIPs done. The first day I take off on the week of Thanksgiving, I'm not 2 hours into it, and this erupts.
It
And
is,
then no
sure,
staff didn't
sure.
have the heart to tell me it happened. They wanted to wait till I came back the following week to tell me, but a email from the president of the
Sure,
consultant
sure.
company to me prompt them to say, I gotta say it now. I'm
Sure.
sorry, Brian, this happened.
Sure.
So this has not been enjoyable for me. I don't enjoy sitting here tonight, having to explain this in front of the entire village of Shorewood Hills. I am trying to do my best to protect staff. I am doing the role of being the intermediary between the board wishes and protecting the staff and trying to hear them out. Staff was scared. I did my part to fulfill my role in the middle of that. I wanted to bring everyone involved. I followed our personnel policy manual exactly as it's stated, and I notified the two people. It does not specifically outline employee/trustee as a different section. So I loosely associated trustee as employee. I notified the two people that were told to be informed. We had a conversation about that. At that time, I brought Bill Cole in because I did not want to get him actively involved in something that I didn't know where it was going to go yet. Upon guidance with them, that's when I consulted our attorney. I feel like I handled this appropriately throughout the entirety of this event. So I don't appreciate getting dragged in this fashion tonight, making it sound like I didn't do my part. I really tried to do everything appropriately.
I wholeheartedly believe that you are doing your best. I believe that. I think that and this is we're getting into a conversation about an evaluation, but I don't know why it matters what I say or what I don't say to a vendor. Let them, that's not what are you going to do? Manage every single person? They can say what.
To fire the vendor.
I can say it's free speech. It's free speech. I'm mad at you for not filling my open record request. I am angry. I'm going to fire you. It's free speech. I'm allowed.
But it's rude.
I can be rude. Free speech allows you to be rude. And I don't want to lose the fact of the double standard. Black women in this country, there's a problem where when they advocate for themselves, it's perceived as anger. But they're talking the same as a white person would. It's the biases. It's the unconscious biases. And all I can do is put light on it. And every person does their own internal, self-aware, self-evaluation. And that's it.
With respect, Shabnam, to the comment you just made, it's free speech. We are trustees. We are entrusted with the business of the village. And part of that is not going to vendors and making a ruckus. Right?
Sorry. That's what elections are for. You can't reprimand me for your dislike. You know what? None of this would have happened if you would have just sent the emails. None of this would have happened. You protect data. They're in a building and burning fire, and you're just sitting there saying, I hope you're doing well. Get some water and throw it on there instead of adding to the open records requests. You're adding to the pile. This is all your fault. And I'm glad this happened because it brought attention to so many other issues we have here. And I talk like this. I am passionate and I talk like this. Yes, I do. Be offended. Be offended.
Oh, go ahead, Julie.
We've had heated conversations in the past. What happened on the 25th was above and beyond because it made the rest of my staff uncomfortable, and that's not acceptable, and you never apologize.
Let's talk about that.
When you threaten vendors, we have lost vendors because of the way this village, not just you, I'm not singling you out, because of the way things get so blown out of proportion here. We've lost employees because of this. We've been trying to, this was going to be in closed session to protect the village. We have a hard time. I'm not going to go into details. This is not a racial issue. I have family members of multiple races, multiple sexual orientation. I mean, I am not biased,
You're not.
I am not.
You're not.
but your behavior had nothing to do with your race. Honestly, I don't even see that. You're just a person.
I agree.
But it is not acceptable for you to yell, to beat on my desk, to intimidate me and the rest of my staff, and use your position the way you did. And you did, and we explained that during our conversation that day. And we got no apology, nothing that you even thought you
Sure.
were doing was wrong.
Sure.
And that's why we thought we needed to bring it to the board's attention. And I'm sorry this is in public. I'm not trying, and we didn't want to shame you.
No,
This
no,
is
I'm not shamed. I'm not shamed. The
It's
person,
not criminal. We didn't call the police on you. They went looking for help because it was out of control what was happening in my office. But what you just said, you've screamed at me before. You've done it. It's not acceptable to treat me this way. And it's not acceptable. You yelled at Jamie when she walked in. You yelled at Chrissy when she walked in. You were looking for a specific file. After 2 hours of exhausting conversation, you finally said, I have them. I'm like, we can't just make this stuff appear. I need to have something to search for. You said, I have the name of the file. I said, wonderful. Give me the name of the file. I'll take care of it. You wanted to go to Computer Magic. I said, no. Give me the name of the file. You said you would send it to me. You went directly to Computer Magic. You put them in an uncomfortable position,
Sure.
trying to make them break protocol.
Sure.
That was not acceptable. When I finally got the name of the file, Shabnam, and I checked my emails, I let you sit at my desk and look. I am not hiding anything. When I let you sit at my desk, you looked, you couldn't find it, and you're accusing staff of hiding things. You're telling the public the staff is hiding things. It's not true, Sue.
so I agree.
It's questioning
Sure.
my professional reputation. When I finally searched for that file, the only place I found it was in an email from you. You disrupted our whole office for 2 hours. You scared the shit out of my brand new staff.
I would, okay. Sure. Okay.
File
Yeah.
already. We're not there to get truth.
Julie,
And I feel personally attacked and offended by what happened. This is not a criminal investigation. I did not ask for it to be investigated, but I do believe the board and the public needs to know what happened. And it is not this mild little, talk to Julie and it's just wonderful. No, it's not, Shop.
Sure.
It's not okay.
okay.
I'm sorry.
If there is,
A target on my back as a staff member.
if there is somebody who is owed an apology, it's Julie. That I was, no. And I'm gonna tell you why.
And Computer Magic.
No. I owe them nothing. The person sitting at the front desk, how are they injured? How are they injured? I don't even.
Stress?
How? What did I do? I don't even, I walked into your office and you and I sat down and had a talk. I would love to know how the two people at the front desk.
On my desk and yelled loud enough that they went for assistance. That is stress, Shopnam, and that is not acceptable.
First of all,
That
like,
is not acceptable.
there
I'm
was-
sorry, you can talk to me, but you cannot intimidate me and you cannot be so disruptive that my staff in the outer office feel
Right,
that they need to go.
right.
for help.
Okay. I want to bring up, well, go ahead, let Jamie talk.
Jamie?
I just wanted to echo kind of what Julie said is this rose to the level of disorderly conduct. I used discretion not to arrest you. I did that because I thought we could calm down, make some sort of resolution, try to work together. But that was the best option moving forward. Because I see the disarray that this whole village is in. I thought if I arrested you, it would have erupted in chaos. Here's the statute for disorderly conduct. Whoever in public or private place engages in violent, abusive, indecent, profane, boisterous, unreasonable, loud, or otherwise disorderly conduct under circumstances in which the conduct tends to come or provoke a disturbance is guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. We had evidence. We had probable cause to arrest. I chose not to.
Okay.
Okay.
Where was your body camera?
On light duty.
Why didn't you write your report the same day? Why did you have to wait a whole day? Why?
See how the tables are turned.
Okay.
Can I also say something?
Chrissy, you bet.
As an affected party, as a victim of this, my statement is in the packet, and my statement is the truth. The part that Shabnam leaves out by saying that I am nothing in the situation is the accusation that you threw at me.
Sure.
That I
let's
shut
talk
off
about
your
that.
microphone. I mean.
Sure, let's talk about that.
You're questioning my integrity, you're questioning me as a professional in my job. And that's not okay. The
Okay.
whole thing was not okay, but I needed to point that piece out too.
Let's
I
talk
think
about
that
that.
was left out of your report, so.
I actually had it and I was saying it's just getting too long. Let's talk about that. I asked you a couple of things that I should have kept in there. One was I need a date for my open records request. When am I going to get these? And the answer is we can't give it to you. I was like, you can give me a date. You just said you can't. And I was like, just give me any date. Give me December 2026. Give me a date. Julie said June 2026. And I was like, fine, that's a date. You can give a date. And I asked you, I said, rumors continue until you know the truth. And I want to ask because this is a rumor. So let me know if it's true or not. Did you cut off my microphone? Because the microphone cut. And you are offended and insulted. Let me just say something on that note. I spend my day job getting people out of detention, ICE detention, who are professors, law-abiding, entered the United States, and have zero criminal conduct. That the level of seriousness it takes of me to do that job doesn't allow me to be gentle in my asking of, did you cut the mic off? I couldn't formulate it softly. It's also, so I don't know what it's like, given the story I told everybody about myself, to be offended. When I'm told to leave the country, when I'm told 9/11 is my fault, I really struggle with, I think I'm allowed to ask the question to know if it's true or not, but I don't know how to soften it for people. I expect to be around professionals, that I could ask you a question and not have to be like, do you need a cup of coffee? I don't have the ability to do that. I think it's a lack of accountability. I think it's a pushback on accountability that every time somebody asks a question, the response is, I'm offended. How dare you? I'm offended that you asked. I don't think there was anything offending about asking, did you cut off the mic or not? So I can turn off a rumor.
Chrissy, was there anything else you wanted to say? All right, we did this in open session. So any other thoughts, comments? This information will be available. Bill, was there anything you wanted to add process-wise?
The only thing I'm going to say is that Kate made a really good point. There's so much other stuff, issues that the staff are dealing with that I want to address. And I think that should be at the next board meeting.
All right, anything else on this issue? Carol, Dietmar, Bob, Kate, Mark? Frank, anything else on this? All right, we'll decide if this has to, or how this will be addressed at the next meeting, but I plan on introducing the ethics code changes I mentioned. What did we skip first? Was it 7?
It was the YouTube.
YouTube, 7-8, discussion and possible action, adoption of Vosh YouTube account. So in alignment with the Vosh strategic plan and recent discussions, the village has elected to create a YouTube account to capture and share video recordings of village board and committee meetings.
There was a trustee recommended motion. There's a suggested motion. Who wants to speak to this?
Yeah, I can.
Okay,
Yeah, so I believe as part of the strategic plan, we were looking for a way to better capture the video footage of different committee meetings and board meetings. And so I know we had loosely discussed about the Village of Shorewood Hills creating a YouTube account. And I felt that we should just codify that and actually create a motion to do so. And so the initial motion that I put in is the packet, create a YouTube account for Village of Shorewood Hills effective immediately with all future village recordings and historical video recordings from the previous 2 years. Brian, I think you made the suggested, alteration to that motion which is, I'll read that, to direct the administrator to create a YouTube account for the Village of Shorewood Hills to be used for sharing village board meetings and committee meetings, video recordings effective January 1st of 2026. So I know you had some notes in the document as well. I'm fine with this suggested motion. I think for me, the point is, Facebook's changing policies, those video recordings, I think, are disappearing in about 30 days. And so it also requires someone to be on Facebook, which I don't think, that should be the only way you can view a video recording. So, and it is in line with the village strategic plan. So this would just be formalizing that. So I'm aligned with the suggested motion. We want to move in that direction.
Is this something that's come out of the communications committee as far as, or is it just something?
No, it's just been discussed loosely at the board level and we just haven't pulled the trigger.
Just a second, more. The reason
I was gonna add to that.
Oh,
So it actually came out of the strategic plan. This is something that was considered in my little enclave subset of individuals as we were talking about different topics, what to put forward on the strategic plan. And as Kate had explained, the reason to have it on YouTube is what she just mentioned. And more importantly, the folks that I was around with, and David Sykes included, is accessibility. So
I'm not questioning the use of it. What I was going to say is that our public works meeting, Harry came forward and said he has been thinking about a Facebook page specifically on public works to be able to, give residents notification if there's a pothole or, closures or whatever. And I'm just, it made me think that if you have maybe a broader initiative here within the communications committee, maybe we could take that sort of thing into account. What a department like that, maybe the police, what they have, I don't.
Yeah, Tim actually mentioned that at our communications meeting.
Oh, okay.
I think we will, that is, I don't want to get too far into that because that's unrelated to this agenda item, but yes, big picture, we are relooking at basically the channels that the village uses to communicate and how we can improve those up. There's actually a lot of feedback on the Saturday.
I'm all for YouTube. I spend most of my day on it.
Well, there you go. So this is just a way to make it videos more accessible moving forward.
Other questions? Otherwise, there's a motion there for you, Kate.
All right. I'm gonna go for it. Or yeah, so I can make them, I'm gonna make the motion to direct the administrator to create a YouTube account for the Village of Shorewood Hills to be used for sharing village board meetings and committee meetings, video recordings effective January 1st, 2026.
Is there a second for that motion? Thank you, Carol. Further discussion? Bob?
So this will replace then in the committee meetings and in these meetings, we'll be recording on, can we record on YouTube or we still need to do it on Facebook and then we transfer it to YouTube? I guess I'm not
That's what
understanding.
it is. You'll download the recording to YouTube following the live stream. We'll get the Zoom meeting, download it, and then we can upload it to the
Oh, I see.
village YouTube page.
And then it'll be more permanent.
Yep.
Excellent.
And Ryan, one note, if you need help, so when you create a YouTube channel, you can actually make kind of like streams within it. So so there could be, when you're scanning like a YouTube page, then you could have like all the pool committee meetings in a line or board
Okay.
meetings. So I can help with that.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be great.
Are we gonna be able to capture any of the old stuff or like meetings from a year ago are gone in the ether? Or are
So
they?
in the notes here, I think Brian, you wrote these, right? That,
Yeah, that was in consultation with the other staff that what they cannot confirm we've got all of the like 2 years, nor can we immediately promise that will be uploaded like next week or something. But we'll do it as fast as we can
Yeah.
and try to get stuff.
Fair enough.
is there a second?
Yeah, Carol was
Oh,
the
yeah,
second.
Carol.
Yeah, ready to vote? All those in favor? That motion carries.
Before we move on.
You bet, Mark.
Can I go back to the open session material that we just discussed? Just with one follow-up question, which is, we've got this confidential information in the packet. Now that we've done this in open session, I assume all this information is public, right? And therefore, I hope that you will make it available on the web, including Gloria's statement and any other statements that you collect in this process, so that
Just confirm
the
that
public
with
can
Bill.
become fully informed as to what's been going on. Thank you.
8A, appointments, discussion, possible action, appointment of election officials. That roster was in the packet, and we've got a motion here. Someone want to make the motion? These are election officials, must be appointed for the next 2-year term. These appointments are for January 26th through December 2027. The list of election officials is provided in the packet. Thank you, Dietmar. Dietmar,
Yep, I'll make that motion to appoint the 2026 village election officials as presented.
appreciate that. Mark,
Second.
thanks so much. Ready to vote? No discussion on that? All those in favor? That motion carries. We skipped 8B, reports, officials and committees, village president. I already talked about the facilities event on Saturday, so I won't add anything more. Brian, you had your monthly report. We had the police chief's monthly report in the packet. Thank you, chief. The treasurer's report, committee reports, any other committee issues people want to speak to?
I have one.
Go ahead.
So the comms committee met last Thursday. I just want people to be aware, we have a dynamite survey that is going to be launching this week. The point of this survey is to help the committee diagnose, when people say the village doesn't communicate well, what does that mean to you? Does that mean the channel isn't efficient? Does it mean the content isn't efficient? So we're really trying to diagnose and get very tight on when people say that we need to better our communications, what does that mean? So it's about a 10-question survey. Brian, I basically have it in the hopper ready to send, so hopefully you'll get the email tomorrow. But I just wanted the board to be aware that this was going out. We are not putting an end date on it because we do need to get to a decent sample size. So we need to make sure enough people take it. So my ask is once it goes out, if you can send it to your networks to please get them to fill out the survey. We are also going to have printed copies in the lobby here over the next 3 to 4 weeks. And so if someone is not digitally, native or does not want to fill it out online, they can also come here. We're trying to capture all opinions and ways that people get information from the village as possible. So just a flag for everyone that's coming, and please share your neighbors, your networks, so we can get as many respondents as possible.
I'm just curious what email lists we're using. There's been a lot of discussion about different email lists, about Nixle, people not being able to get the information. I'm wondering if it's time that we establish a one list that is the emails. And if you're on that list, you get information. If you're not on it, well, sign up or get off. But I think it seems to me we ought to decide on one master list, and whether that's combining a whole bunch of what we already have, canvassing the residents, but it seems to me that in any communication, it should be one.
That is one solution. What we're still trying to diagnose the problem. So that could be the right path forward. I'm not sure. We need more, our committee feels that we need more data. I do know that
Fair enough.
Nixle there's been some issues flagged with Nixle. So
Yeah.
kind of Nixle's as good as we have. In addition to the website, like it's going to be posted on the website, and Nixle is going to go out.
Right.
So, we have a plan queued up and how we're going to launch it. So
Well, it just seems like there's a little confusion now, and I guess what I'm saying is if your committee, as you said, can look at that, I think it would be work in the correct direction.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying, staff could use some help as well. I mean,
Yeah.
David,
He would take the load off.
he was running so many systems and they're trying to keep up, but we heard on Saturday, folks
Yeah.
weren't getting the Nixle.
Yep.
And, I noted I'm not getting the village bulletin. So I go on the website anyway, but I noticed that went away in October for some reason.
But apparently we have a mailing address that includes everyone, but not.
exactly.
Yeah.
So it could be the direct mails though. So this is why we're
I just-
still the diagnosing phase.
There's an opportunity there, and I think the staff would welcome that attention and support. Okay. Any other committee related stuff? Future agenda items? Opportunity for trustees to request an item be added to a future agenda. You can see the list. I'll jump down years, Brian, creation of a village centennial planning committee. I had a really good conversation with David Botwell today, so that'll be moving forward. We also talked about the recognition event, which folks will hear about in the new year. So we'll set a date and that committee will meet. Any other future agenda items? We made it by 11:30, really?
Amazing.
All right, I'll ask for a motion for adjournment. Thank you, Bob.
So move.
Thank you, Mark. All those in favor? Merry Christmas, happy holidays, happy Hanukkah. Enjoy time with your families.
Take my bag.
I know.
I thought, oh, free my friend.
Oh, ho, ho.
Oh, oh,
How much from your finance
Yes.
agenda to you and Julia tomorrow?
That, I saw that email that she flipped over to. I just haven't had a chance to look at what's even on there.